In the softest hush before dawn loosens its grip, you lie on a woven mat made of stiff, scratchy reed fibers, so coarse it scrapes your shoulders, reminding you that your world is built of work long before it is of comfort. The air is the deep blue of half-sleep, cool against your sweat-damp skin, as though each breath pulls the memory of yesterday's labor through your ribs. Somewhere beyond the walls of straw and mud, the Nile lies flat and watchful under the moon, silent save for the distant percussion of water against boat hulls. You feel the vibration under your bare feet, a gentle tremor that says the river is awake, and so too must you soon be. Your heart thrums in quiet resonance, like a goat chewing cud somewhere in the murk of your hut. It is likely chewing its cud right now, unbothered by your presence. You savor that. How untethered its existence feels compared to yours, all day tethered to the rise of that same river for buckets of water, bundles of palm fronds, clay jars perhaps destined for your master's table. In this moment, before the sun dares to stroke the horizon, your skin tastes of last night's sweat and dust that you haven't felt fall yet. If memory were a flavor, this would be it, somewhere between stale porridge and dried clay. You remain half awake, drifting along the thin plank of consciousness that separates yearning for more sleep from dread of what the sun brings. Somewhere behind the wall, your sibling murmurs in their sleep, voice curled like smoke around their own exhaustion. You are aware that they dream of simpler things, a day when the master's children may give them rice, or one that ends without overseers. For you, though, dreams come with the risk of forgetting this place, and forgetting invites punishment. So you let subtle threads of awareness hold you upright in the gray pre-dawn. The air moves with gentle insistence, rubbing silk-soft kisses along your arms, but the hut's shape still encloses you in tender austerity. You feel the narrowness of the space when you twist. A brittle reed wall presses into your ribs, reminding you that even your breath demands permission. The goat's low bleat drifts through the gap in the wall, just a whisper on the edge of hearing. And for a moment you feel held, as though the animal carries you in some strange embrace of mourning patience. Your skin prickles at the scent of damp offerings laid out yesterday, dates, bitumen, and charred wood smoke that have since settled into the weave of floor and your own hair. The scent is persistent and round, more sensory suggestion than smell, but it settles in your chest like a small, persistent regret. Before long, the sun will arrive and burn this scent away, back to dust, like so much of your world, including yourself. Somewhere in the distance you hear the scrape of oars as a boat pushes against current. The sound is slow, rhythmic, comforting, like the pulse of your own blood slowed to match the river's. You imagine the rower, someone like you, perhaps, or perhaps not, living off that soft hush of movement. In that sense, you are kin. Two bodies in service to the river's slow desire, one staying in the hut, another leaving to ride its edge. Your breath deepens, almost unconsciously, and with each inhale you taste the fine grit that drifts in through cracks above your head. The earth outside is about to warm. Already the air holds the promise of heat, like hidden flames rising from clay ovens in distant homes. You wonder if your master's servants will be awake yet, scurrying past your hut, each bearing a jug of water, a bundle of lotus blossoms, a promise of a day more structured than this one. The sand outside shifts as someone steps. Another breath, quieter this time, reminds you that the world beyond your walls exists in such subtle suggestions. Footsteps, shifts in light, the river's pulse. You are not alone, though your solitude feels complete and exacting, like a single reed in a sea of reeds, all bending toward morning's first glimmer. You wonder if your skin will feel like this later, tight, tense, bracing for the burn of hot air, the stares of overseers, the murmured praise or slight that may follow one wrong move. For now, though, you are unremarkable in this half-world between night and day. Caught between memory of yesterday's exhaustion and the promise of today's drudgery, you sense a tightening in your chest. Not pain, but something almost like a memory of pain yet to come. Your ribs feel remotely held by that same reed wall, like they might lean in, expecting you to shield them or to judge you harshly. It is in this feeling, accumulated in the quiet, that you realize each sunrise is a contract negotiated between your bones and your task, and that the morning is already pressing you to hold up your side. Light shifts again. Thin threads of ochre weave along the edges of the jar near the entrance, muting the darkness as though God somewhere holds a brush and is painting the world for you in brown whispers. Little shadows stretch across your mat, a promise that the sun will soon be strong enough to boil water, bake clay, and carve everything you know into shapes with no softness left. In the same way, it will burn you too. Hair, skin, vision dressed in glare. Your mind drifts to the river again. You imagine wading in, letting the current claim your ankles. But thought makes room too early. Number you are needed here, already. A pot of porridge sits ready for stirring. Jars must be carried. Every muscle in your body will be measured later today, with the weight of water in your arms. Already your shoulders tighten at the thought, nodding against the coming work. Your ears pick up a sound, wood tapping against stone, and you realize someone is already preparing the bricks. Someone is transforming mud into shape for another home, for the palace's expansion perhaps, or for a reservoir that helps the fields. You consider this quiet orchestration of so many small tasks, each moving invisibly towards something that is also invisible to you, but which you hope, without hope, to serve. The sibling behind you breathes more steadily now, sucking the last vestiges of dreams back into the gray half-light. You share the breathing patterns of exhaustion and expectation. You breathe them into each other without words. You feel the sharedness of that breath and how it settles against your back in nameless solidarity. And then a first bird flutters, a flapping shadow against the reed roof, its tiny claws clicking along the underside. The drum from the river steps into the rising day, shifting from hush to insistence, and even the reed mat beneath you whispers that the dawn is here. You let the last wedge of sleep dissolve in your mouth, like bitter honey, and the goad of the day shifts from suggestion to command. You stand slowly and with purpose, each joint reminding you of yesterday's toil, each muscle preparing once more. You pull aside the reed curtain, and the Nile lowers its breath against you one last time before the sun emerges in a yellow plume. The world blooms tremulously into light. You lift your jug and your heart together and step toward your day. The light does not rise. It leans, slowly, quietly. Like an old man easing into his day, the desert shifts in color more than in brightness. What was once deep blue has become the color of ash, then ochre, then something like memory. Your eyes adjust before your thoughts do. You are still not fully inside yourself. The mat beneath your body has left its woven signature along your skin, pressing a geometry of discomfort into your shoulders and back. There is a stillness in the room, but not silence. A distant wheeze from someone sleeping nearby. The soft tick of a beetle making its pilgrimage across the floor. A clay jar contracting slightly in the shift of the morning air. You remain where you are, not because you are rested, but because movement feels like betrayal. To rise is to re-enter the day, and the day does not care how tired you are. Eventually, the pull of duty, like gravity, but meaner, drags your limbs into motion. The blanket slides off, heavy with the grit it gathered overnight. It clings to your ankles before surrendering. You sit up, slowly. A grain of sand that had been pressed into the side of your neck falls, and you feel its tiny arc downward, like a thought leaving your skull. You press your feet against the floor, though it is not truly a floor. Not in the way the palace has floors. This is compacted earth pretending to be smooth, cracked where the heat has spoken too long. It is warm, but not kindly. The kind of warmth that has teeth. You stretch your toes and the dust shifts underneath, soft and coarse at once, like walking across dried beans and old parchment. There's something embedded in the dirt near your heel, something round. You don't look. You don't want to know. Outside, the sky is the color of linen that has been washed too many times. Pale, ghost-like. The horizon is an idea, not a line. You step toward the low opening that pretends to be a doorway. The cloth covering it has been pulled aside already, probably by your brother, the one who wakes before he's even done sleeping, the one who grumbles about everything but still gets things done. You feel his absence like a recently removed stone, warm and oddly shaped. Then there is the sand. It greets you like an old familiar enemy, the way it folds itself around your toes, how it steals the moisture from your heels, how it refuses to ever be truly walked upon. Sand is not something you conquer. It is something you negotiate with, one grain at a time. You move slowly, not out of reverence, but because speed would only drive the grit deeper into your skin. The wind has not yet come, but the air holds a kind of hush, as though the dunes are watching, waiting, thinking. There is something deeply unfair about morning sand. It should be cool, gentle. But here, it clings with the memory of yesterday's heat, still holding on to the warmth like a jealous thing, as though the sun left instructions while it was away. Keep them uncomfortable. Don't let them forget. The calluses on your feet offer only partial protection. They are earned armor, built from endless errands, ceaseless sweeping, barefoot treks to fetch water and fire and gossip. But no matter how thick the skin, the sand always finds a way in. Between your toes, into the folds of your ankles, even beneath your nails. You've long stopped trying to remove it all. It is a second skin, a reminder that you belong to this place, or that you will never escape it. Somewhere nearby, a rooster announces his importance with the confidence of a creature that has never carried water jars or scraped dried fat from a copper dish. His voice cracks midway through. You allow yourself a tiny smirk, the kind that lives only in one corner of your mouth and never tells anyone it was there. A goat replies with a long, exaggerated sigh. It sounds like disapproval or prophecy, maybe both. You walk toward the edge of the river, where the sand becomes damp and confused, where it clings with desperation. Here, your footprints mean something. They stay, for a few moments at least, until the breeze remembers its duty, until the world covers its tracks. There's a rhythm to your walk now, not quite graceful, but familiar. One foot slightly more determined than the other, a pattern born of habit and old injury. You carry yourself like someone who has no choice, which of course you don't. The Nile is not visible yet, but you can feel it, in the shift of the air, in the coolness that tugs at your ankles, in the sudden arrival of insects that think they're invisible. The smell is the first real greeting you get each morning. Wet reeds, silt, something slightly rotten and terribly alive. A group of workers passes you in the distance, carrying tools, their silhouettes outlined by dust. You don't know their names. You know the shapes of their sandals, the sounds of their coughs. One of them drags a limp leg. One sings softly, always the same tune. Another hawks and spits every third step, as if it's a ritual. You are not alone, but you are not quite together either. There's still half a journey to go before the real work begins. But this sand, this stretch beneath your feet, is its own kind of labor, the kind that doesn't earn praise, the kind no one records. You try not to think about it, about how many more mornings your feet will press into this same stretch of earth, about how many years you'll leave a trail that disappears behind you faster than you can make it. You try not to think at all. Just keep moving. Let the rhythm carry you. Somewhere far off, a woman is shouting at someone who dropped something important. The tone is ancient and eternal. The object may change. The voice never does. You scratch at your leg, where a patch of dry skin has cracked and started to sting. The sand has worked its way in there too, like everything else. It never asks. It simply becomes part of you. You pass a stone that wasn't there yesterday. Or maybe it was. Maybe you've stopped noticing the world's small changes. Maybe it's better not to notice. The wind stirs, and with it comes a new drift of grit, fresh from some distant dune that you'll never see but will always carry. It coats your lips, already dry. You taste it, bitter, familiar, like every promise you were ever made about rest, about comfort, about reward, and still you walk. The wind settles again, as if exhaling. The grains it carried now cling to the curve behind your ear, nestling in the bend of your elbow, collecting where your tunic frays and folds against your ribs. You don't brush them off. There's no point. The sand will win. It always does. You've learned to walk, not above it, but with it. You move like a whisper made of weight, real enough to leave a trace, but never loud enough to be remembered. The edge of the path blurs here, not because there is no boundary, but because no one bothers to define it. A few sun-whitened stones suggest direction, but they don't insist. There's no need. You already know the route, not from memory, but from muscle. Your legs walk the pattern even when your thoughts are elsewhere. And this morning, like most, your thoughts are not here. Not yet. You drift, not from laziness, but from exhaustion that has shaped itself into routine. The kind of tired that doesn't make you stumble, but simply removes the idea of choice. You blink slowly. The world shifts between each movement of your eyelids, the way dreams sometimes melt into other dreams. You pass a tree that is more silhouette than shape, its twisted shadow curled over the sand like a sleeping thing. The bark is scratched, not carved. Scratched. You recognize the marks. You made some of them once, with a stone, when you were small and had enough energy to imagine things might change. There is a part of your heel that always cracks. It cracked last week, and the week before. And now, as the sun begins to smear gold across the sand, you feel the skin pulling again, a small flare of pain that will become part of your body's daily choir, along with the dull ache in your left hip, the stiffness in your shoulders, the heat that collects behind your eyes when you squint too long toward the east. You pass the basket tree. That's not its name, but that's what everyone calls it, because someone once left a basket there, or maybe someone always does. There's one now, old, lopsided, barely holding together. You don't look inside. It doesn't matter. Bread or scraps or nothing. It all means the same thing. Someone else came this way too. The sand becomes patchy with vegetation here. Thin, sharp blades of grass that seem confused by their own existence. They do not bend. They resist, poking at your ankles like they resent being alive. A single fly loops around your head 3 times before vanishing. You know it will be back. They always are. You reach the wall of stacked clay pots. Not a wall, really. Just an accidental arrangement made permanent by inattention. They lean against one another like old men at dusk, tired, cracked, too proud to fall. A lizard darts between them, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just your eyes playing with the flicker of shadow. You pause, stretch your toes, and feel the sand accept your weight. There is no resistance, only quiet swallowing. Your hands remember the heat before it arrives, the kind of warmth that announces itself in stages, a tingling across the knuckles, a soft sting at the back of your neck, a pressure behind the ears where sweat will soon gather. The sun is not yet above the horizon, but already it is here, in you, waking the parts of you that didn't want to be woken. The first voices reach you, low and mumbled, not speech, just sound. The murmur of people already at work, already bent and sweating, already wishing they were somewhere else. You do not envy them. You will join them soon enough. A piece of reed snaps beneath your foot, dry and brittle. You pause, not because of the sound, but because your stomach remembers it is empty. Not hungry. That's too dramatic. Just aware. Aware of what it lacks. Aware of what it must wait for. The body is smarter than the mind when it comes to disappointment. It lowers its expectations quietly. Farther ahead, the path dips slightly, as if the earth is tired too. It sags. Your feet follow the curve and the sand changes again. Darker now, almost wet. You've reached the place where the river's breath touches the shore. The air shifts. It has weight. It settles on your skin like a damp cloth left in a warm room. Not unpleasant, just present, like so many things in your life. There is a stone you like here, flat, broad, not remarkable, but dependable. You stand on it sometimes, just long enough to let the cold rise into your arches, just long enough to remember what stillness feels like. You find it today, where it always is. The sun catches its edges. You step up slowly and feel the smooth resistance of the surface. It holds you, not because it wants to, because that's what it does. Below, the water is not moving, not really. It thickens in the early light, losing its sparkle, becoming more shadow than shine. The reeds tremble faintly, not from wind, from breath, from life. A heron stalks the edge, stiff-legged and serious. You do not disturb it. You are both too busy pretending not to exist. Time passes here, but it doesn't move. It leans, like the light, like the sun, like your spine when you forget to stand tall. You are not late. You are never late. You arrive when you arrive, and the world is already turning without you. When you finally step down from the stone, it is not because you are ready. It is because the chill has seeped into your souls, and your knees have begun to ache. You begin to move again, slowly, as always, as if movement itself is a negotiation with the day. One step, one sigh, one foot wrapped in dust after the other. There is a man ahead of you, thin, hunched, chewing something that doesn't look like food. He does not see you. Or if he does, he chooses not to see you. Which is the same thing, really. He leaves a trail of footprints, erratic and shallow. You step into one, then out again. It doesn't fit. His feet are smaller, or faster, or older. You arrive at the bend in the path where the shade of the palace wall begins. It is a long, low breath of relief, a sliver of coolness pressed against the heat like a wet cloth on a fevered brow. You pause there, just long enough, just because you can. Someone has etched something crude into the wall, a name, a shape, a memory of someone else's joke. You trace it with your finger, though you don't know why. You've done it before. Many times. It's always the same. It always feels like touching a ghost. The sun is fully above the hills now, and with it comes the hum, the rising noise of human things, buckets scraping, cloth slapping, children muttering half-awake complaints to the wind. You are no longer alone, but you never really were. Your feet carry you forward, into the light, into the rhythm of the work that waits. The sand has not left you. It never will. But for now, it settles. For now, it allows you to pass. The morning has become a part of you, and you are still walking, always walking. And above you, the sun sharpens, not like a blade, like a truth, fading now into the hush of distant footsteps, and the next task waiting just ahead. And still, you walk, each step marked by the soft resistance of sand and memory. Though sand has little meaning here, pulled away by the river's endless patience. The world shifts with you, sliding into the rhythm of the day, and ahead lies the courtyard where water waits not in a pool, but in your arms. You approach the well, not a grand thing, hardly a monument, but a narrow shaft of coolness in the heat, an insistence of shade where none should be. The stone's rim is worn smooth from centuries of hands like yours, outstretched and aching, trusting the shape without thinking. You lean against it a moment, not for rest, but to steady the ache in your shoulders, the dull insistence that today you will carry more than you carried yesterday. Beneath your tunic, your back hums with memory, the arc of jars lifted, the cool snap of water meeting clay, the weight never fully unloaded, as if every drop had stayed inside your body. Your palms know the shape of the jug before you grasp its rim, slanted, narrow at neck, rough feeling, thirsty for water as you are for ease, though neither will come. You slip the rope, knuckles pale as stone, until the jug floats free, suspended in darkness. Your arms shift, no, your whole torso inclines, and for a moment, gravity and the tug of wrist and tendon hold time in place. Then a slow slide upward, as if you carried the morning dawn itself. And when the jug breaks the surface, there is a swirl, a gust of coolness inside stone, tasting of the deep earth, of dripping stones, of hollows that hold shadows longer than any day can press away. Yet when you pull it free, the jug is weighed again, loaded with water and expectancy. You cradle it. Your hands brush the rough surface, and for one quiet breath, you feel the temperature change. Coolness seeps through clay to skin, a quiet shiver along your wrist, and you think you might refuse to return the jar once it empties. But it will empty, and you will refill, because this is your ledger, your offering, your job, an endless bookkeeping in ounces and size. You begin the walk across the courtyard. You feel the bite of the sun through each step, sand hard and warming. The jug swings at your side, steady and unyielding, like the reminder that you are doing something real. Around you, others move too, carrying clay bowls of porridge, bundles of reeds, lengths of rope, and all that activity offers a quiet chorus that you almost mistake for comfort. You are not alone. You are not free. But there is rhythm in movement, a rhythm you understand, whose weight you have worn so long it is woven into your bones. You pass under the low arch of a pillar, its shadow a blessing you do not deserve. The sunlight shifts immediately, approaching on the ground as a heat wave, as if the world is pushing you forward. You align your body, lean slightly, and let your steps lengthen. Someone once told you to walk with purpose. The jug clinks against your waist, once, then again. 3 gentle thuds. A second to steel your resolve before someone interrupts it. A goat's harsh bray from beyond a wall, echoing through limestone, asserting its presence like a harsh rhyme in an empty poem. You do not smile, though you feel the curve in one corner of your mouth, briefly. The goat bleats and moves on. You take half a step on, because the day will not pause for you, not for anything but water. The edge of the palace courtyard is flagged stones now, regulated and flat, but still gritty at the edges. You step carefully, toes adjusting to the temperature change. The jug is heavy now, water pressed into it, weight against your hip. It is a partner refusing relief. And behind the jug, you feel the hollow in your body where cool air might gather. But you are not air. You are carried. Time is measured in jugs delivered, empties refilled, the creak of stone against water. You arrive at a trough, narrow, shallow, but sufficient to overflow and soak the ground in crispness around it. The trough feels ancient, etched with channels from long use, each groove a memory you cannot name. You place the jug's lip against stone and tip, hearing the liquid hiss as it meets dust, as the water remembers itself, before meeting sand, before meeting thirst. You hold the tilt until nothing flows, and by then your muscles know the strain. Your shoulders take note, your wrists complain in low languages, your back hums a tired tune. You set the jug down gently, so gently it is almost reverent, almost forgiven. You wipe sweat from your upper lip, using the back of your hand where dust has settled. There is a grit on that skin, soft as yesterday's regrets. You flick it, hoping for invisibility. The step back is a pause, but your body does not recognize pause. It registers imbalance, one foot still on flat stone, the other searching for level. You recenter and continue. The courtyard is bright now. The sun holds dominion, stringent. Your shade recedes behind you. You pause at the trough and lean both hands on stone, breathing steady. You taste the air, dry and silted, but around this water basin it is different, cleaner. Elements of wet clay and river, a promise that somewhere else, something else might still exist. You inhale slowly as the Nile's water must have soaked into barren earth long before you were born. You allow the breath to gather, to spread through chest, to rest in lungs. The breath contains the day. You allow the day to enter you, like a stranger. There is a bird, long-beaked, thin, urgent, loitering near the trough's edge, waiting for drops. It flits as you approach. Its feathers are tangled with dust, almost indistinguishable from the granite shade. You do not shoo it. You know hunger too. You imagine how the bird will carry each drop back to a nest, to chicks that know as little as you when the next drop will come. The thought tightens something inside you, an ache, a kinship. You tilt your head and watch it. It blinks. It steps forward, dipping its beak, then lifts again, then dips. Tiny rhythms of survival. You step back again. The jug has been set aside, one of many jugs, but the one you carried. The water sloshes quietly inside, indifferent. The sun shifts, and against your skin, its light burns slow. You recall the moment you first realized how hot stone could feel if you pressed your palm into it long enough. You learned then that comfort is a lesson, and comfort is seldom taught here. But you remain, because it is possible to survive this day. One jug delivered, one breath taken, one moment accepted. You feel memory in your bones, memory of mornings when your brother stumbled behind you, laughing at how soaked your feet became when you timed your steps wrong, when you spilled too much. That laughter is gone, but you feel its shape at the edge of your awareness, softening the harsh outlines of the courtyard. You gather the jug again, tilt it, and find your weight balanced as you did before. You step away from the trough. The wet stones cling to the arches of your toes, then fall away, leaving a soothing, cool press. For one perfect heartbeat, your body straightens, not in pride, but in something simpler, the quiet acknowledgement that you carried life in your arms, and that life met the river, and that nothing has changed but the shape of your gratitude. The journey back begins. You walk the same path in reverse, but the world is different now, wetter, brighter, and kinder to your souls. The sand waits beyond, its grip less certain. You hold the jug not at your side this time, but before you, like a gift, a fragile insistence that you might matter. You think of the next delivery, jars to fill, troughs to nourish, souls to stay alive a moment more. You step out of the courtyard onto the packed earth, the jug at your side again. The sun leans harder now, and the sand beneath your feet is unkind. But you carry water still. You carry it for them, for those who cannot walk or who do not see the dryness until it creeps over their lips. You carry it for the morning's breath to be less harsh. You carry it because you must. And you walk, holding the day in clay, carrying the shift of life, drop by drop. A breath of wind stirs the sand at your feet, and the next jar awaits. You step from the sandy corridor into a space that feels colder, though the sun has already begun its slow climb. Light leaks in through a high window, just enough to illuminate dust motes drifting through the air, turning them into tiny lanterns floating in the hush. You pause, not because you're resting, but because the threshold between sand and stone always feels like a crossing, a moment when your world changes temperature and texture. Beneath your bare feet, the smooth flagstones are cooler than the morning sand, but not yet chilly. Just a quiet reminder that you are moving deeper into someone else's domain, further inside your duty. Your fingers brush the rough linen bulging from your arms, a stack of cloths pressed between your chest and elbow. They billow softly when you breathe, each fold heavy with last night's work. The cloth is thick and absorbent, more linen than you often see on ordinary people. These pieces must be pristine, lighter than the walls that keep the dust out, brighter than the moon that tugs you toward slumber. To serve in the washrooms is a slow exhalation of effort, a ceremony of quiet exhaustion. You've scrubbed these same folds again and again, washing away sweat and sorrow, and you can still feel the linen's edges rasping at your forearms, skin turning raw, stubborn as gravel beneath a child's foot. You cross the room, each step measured so you don't disturb what has already been polished into place. The water basins stand in a neat row, each a low stone bowl carved smooth from the living rock. They glimmer with thin, oily film, your reflection blurred and timid in the shallow depths. The scent of copper tinges the air, ghosting across your tongue. That smell lingers in your nose long after you leave, like a memory of rain on sand. You feel that same memory coursing across your palms when you touch the cloth, a thin line between clean and clean enough. The wash basin furthest from the door holds the warmest water, still cooled by dawn, but fragrant with oils and soda ash. You dip the first sheet in, and your fingers gather its heavy weight, dipping it under until the cloth drags along the stone's edge. The wet linen feels different, the fibers stiff and insistent, as if they resist returning to their pale glory. You lift it out, water dripping in soft beads from its hem, murmuring tiny rivers across the rock. Each drop makes a blurred echo that seems too loud in the silence. There is a lull between stones and shadows, and you allow your thoughts to wander, drift like the cloth over your hands, remembering how you first learned to scrub in the lower quarters, where water was sparse and linen was cloth for patching and mending, not serving into privilege. You can still taste that coarser fabric, the scratch of scratchier fiber, the way it wore into your palms until even the kindness of store-bought sand never felt quite as gentle. These linens are different. Their weft is fine, their threads even. They demand something of you beyond muscle, precision, patience, endless repetition. You brush your calloused thumb across the sheet, smoothing a crease you can't yet see. Across the room, someone else works. Not unnatural, but always enough to remind you that you are not the only one carrying the silence inside this place. A breath, muffled, and you hold yours, tracing the movement of dust from its edge to its rest on the stone. When your fingers resettle on the linen, there is a new awareness, as though you've stepped sideways in time, tracing someone else's path in the fabric. You fold the cloth carefully, edges matching, corners aligned. A perfect fold is a prayer, though your tongue cannot say the words. You lay the folded sheet on a low bench, the surface cold to your knees, and move to another. Each sheet becomes a mantra. Dip, beat, rinse, tighten, fold. The water grows cloudy, slow, and you pour more from a jug. The cold air rushes in at the doorway, brushing your damp forearms against the heat of your body. A breeze cools the room, or maybe it's just your breath settling onto stone. With each swirl of cloth, droplets fall onto your ankles, soft, insistent reminders that you are here, you are doing this. Your shirt grows heavy with moisture seeped from the cloth. Linen gathers linen. The copper smell flickers, strengthened now, and you realize the water has turned green in the extra rinse basin, bits of lint and grit swirling in the residue of your countless sheets. You pause, the cloth halfway to the basin, and consider what it is you are scrubbing away. The day's grime is obvious, but beneath it rests the less visible weight. Dust of sandstorms, oil stains, the hush of voices not your own. Each sheet is a layer of faceless memory, folded and stacked for someone else to wear. Your hands ache. The joints flex stiffly, as though they know this task is not optional. You press the cloth between palms, sweat and water mixing, the linen cold, then warm, then cold again. You remember the goat at home, its coarse hair brushing your arms, the smell of hay and goat sweat. The goat never begged you to fold it clean, to make it whiter than moonlight. This linen would not take kindness. It swallowed it. Across the room, a subtle change. Light shifting on stone. The high window captures sun now, turning the dust motes into golden sparks. You look toward it, but do not speak. A servant near the door moves, a careful step, foot not impacting more than required. There is a watchfulness here, an understanding that errors echo louder than praise. If a sheet is blotted or folded askew, you will know. There is no room for error in this ceremony of whiteness. A breath drifts across your cheek, and you feel the linen tremble in your hands as you lift it to the sunbeam. You hold it there, letting it hang, catching glare and dust. It glows, a thin barrier between water and air, sun and shade. In its whiteness you see the shuttered face of privilege, perfect and untouched by grit. You smooth a solitary ripple, heart noticing the faint reflection of your own face in the cloth's sheen. It seems almost indecent to exist behind a sheet of purity, as if your own shadow is a sin, poised to drape across its fold. You lay the sheet down with reverence, stacking it atop the others. The pile grows skyward, thin pillars of ritual. Each fold reflects a moment of your own body marking, fingers dulling, shoulders creaking, the quiet ache behind your knees. You press another sheet into place, and it settles between clean and cleaner. The air shifts again, soft, deliberate. A scent of incense reaches your nostrils, fugitive, distant. You inhale and hold it, breathing it through your pores, but it isn't for you. It belongs to rituals later in the day, to bodies clad in these linens, bodies whose comfort and presence your work will support, but will never grant itself. You lay another cloth into the water, and your fingers trace the spiral of its entrance, ripple spreading. It moves like a thought reaching into sleep, slow, inevitable. You dip more sheets, one after another, until your arms no longer see the grains of sand on your skin, but feel only the linen's gentle chore. The soap you wear on your hands is ancient, a bruise of smelly paste that will leave your skin cracked by nightfall. You feel each crease forming, the delicate geography of exhaustion. You wonder if the nobles feel it too, when they put their smooth hands inside these sheets. Probably not. They fold them, wear them, sleep under them, and never feel the edge of weariness you carry into each crease. In a lull, you sit on the stone floor, ankle pressing against the cold. A bead of sweat slides down your spine, a thin ribbon in the crease of your shirt. You breathe that moment in. Dust, soap, stone, damp linen, and it holds you. The room waits for your return. The basins, the benches, the sheets of white building ritual. You stand and resume. Water, soap, fold. Time passes without hands. Seconds feel like years and years shrink into moments. You cannot say how long you've labored, only that the linen stack increases and your hands blur their own borders. You reach into cool water again, and halfway through, you feel something beneath your grip. A stone? A coin? The weight is smooth and hard, and you pause, eyes fixed on the hidden shape. You bring the cloth up to reveal not a treasure, but a pebble, a pale, water-worn shard from the riverbank. It rolls into your palm before you can decide if it belongs in pockets used for messages or broken memories. You press it into your palm until it cools. Then you drop it behind you. You return to folding, but now you fold in time with that pebble's fall, a soft thud against stone that echoes inside your head. A faint hollow space opens, and the room hums. Dust motes drift. You breathe them in. You feel the linen lighten under your hands. You press another fold, then another. When the stack grows high and your legs begin to shake slightly from standing, you know it's time to move them. You carry the pile to the drying racks, low trestles of wood stained with water. Each sheet lays across it, the weight spreading beneath its own whiteness. You pace around the racks, adjusting corners, coaxing each sheet into the sunbeam that now travels across the wall. A sheet near the end glows like the moon beyond clouds. You pause there, brush the dust from its edge, smooth a crumple. Your heart slows. The linen lies there, still, pure, moonbright. And all you have done is carry water, press, fold, lay it out. But this sheet could become a garment, a pillowcase, a shroud. You feel the grain in the wood beneath your fingers, the scratch of cloth over stone beneath your feet. You notice, finally, what you've been wearing all morning. The scent of damp cotton, sharp soap, lingering copper, and dust. It clings around your throat like a remembered name. You try to inhale comfort, but find none. Turning away, you drag one long breath through your chest and exhale into the room, pressing your hands to your belly. The sheets soak up the last of your warmth. You fold your arms around yourself, and for a moment, simply stand, wet, weary, quietly witnessed by dust motes and stone. Then you walk toward the door, leaving the room behind you, but not undone by it. You feel the linen still clinging to the curve of your hands, and you wonder how light can exist in a fabric pressed and pressed until it forgets the weight it once carried. You step into the corridor where sand meets stone again, and each footfall is a heartbeat. You do not look back. Soft fabric sighs, barely there as twilight approaches, and you carry its quiet weight forward into the next labor. The scent finds you before the light does. It drifts through the dim corridor like a memory someone else left behind. Bitter myrrh, sweet lotus, the ghost of something citrus. Even before your feet move, your body already knows what is expected. You don't think of it as a duty. You think of it the way one thinks of weather. You can't change it. You only endure it. You carry the small alabaster jar with both hands, its curves polished smooth by use, not affection. The oil inside sloshes gently with each step, thick and slow like honey left too long in the shade. It clings to the walls of the vessel as though reluctant to be used. You know the feeling. The room is quiet, but not empty. Somewhere behind the curtain, someone hums faintly, off-key and without rhythm. A slave from the outer quarters, perhaps, folding linens too finely dyed for her own skin to ever touch. The sound is comforting in its imperfection, real, human, like your own cracked heels brushing against the cool stone floor. The oil is warm now, kissed by your palms, by the sweat that trickles from your wrists. You feel the stickiness on your fingertips. You don't wipe it away. It will only be replaced. The chamber you enter smells of rosewater and crushed petals, but underneath that, the truth, skin, sweat, a faint undercurrent of decay that even the priests cannot fully banish. The body waiting for you lies still, too still. Revered, yes. Adored, yes. But in the way one adores marble or gold. It is not affection. It is theater. And you are part of the stagehands, smoothing the actor before the scene begins. You kneel because you must. Not in reverence, not anymore, but because it's easier than standing too long with aching knees and invisible purpose. The first drop touches the skin, and the oil begins to forget whose body it was meant for. The skin beneath your fingers is warmer than it should be, not with life, but with entitlement, as though the flesh has learned to hold heat longer than yours ever could. You smooth the oil along the curve of a shoulder you do not own. Careful not to let your knuckles brush too hard. Careful not to let your breath fall too close. The oil glides, obedient. Your fingers do not. The scent rises. Stronger now. It coils into your nose and down your throat until it becomes part of you. You wonder how long it will take before the smell leaves your hands, if it ever will. There are mornings you wake with petals in your nostrils, and you haven't touched a flower in weeks. There is a rhythm to this work, though no one taught it to you. You learned by watching others, by the angle of their hands, the silence of their mouths, the way they never pressed too deeply, never lingered too long. You are not supposed to be remembered. Only the scent is. The arms are done. Now the chest. Now the ribs. The oil pools in places it should not. You chase it down with the edge of your hand, gathering and spreading, always smoothing, always softening. The skin gives slightly beneath the motion, pliant, trusting in a way that makes you feel like an intruder. It does not flinch. It does not bristle. It simply receives, because it does not have to serve. You think of your own body in contrast. The cracked skin at your elbows, the patch of dryness beneath your chin, the heel that split last month and bled onto the floor where no one saw. You remember how you walked crooked for 3 days and still no one noticed, except the goat who stared too long. You shift to the legs. Each calf is like a polished jar, firm, symmetrical, perfumed into perfection. The thighs bear no bruises, no welts, no memories of hard labor. You wonder what it feels like to move through the world and have no one question where you belong. What it means to have skin so cared for it forgets how to ache. Your own hands begin to tremble from the posture, the repeated sweep and press, not from weakness, from too much repetition, from muscles too familiar with doing the same thing over and over without thanks. You pause briefly. The oil drips from your knuckle onto the floor, silent but accusing. Somewhere nearby, someone laughs, high, delicate, rehearsed. You know that voice. It belongs to someone who always smells like wine and speaks to you without seeing your face. You do not turn. The curtain muffles them, as does your role. You are not here to hear. You are here to glide and gloss and be forgotten. You reach the feet last. They are smaller than yours, softer, their arches unbroken by years of carrying jars or kneeling on stone. You apply the oil with the edge of your thumb, tracing gently around the ankle, across the heel. The toes are painted, of course. You marvel, not for the beauty of them, but for the extravagance of time. A thin gold ring glints just above the second toe. You have seen it before, dropped in a bowl of grapes during a feast. You were the one who found it, washed it, returned it. There was no thank you. Only a nod from someone else, speaking for someone who didn't need to speak at all. You finish the task. The skin is luminous now, not yours, but your labor made it so. You wipe your hands on the linen you brought for that purpose, though the scent clings, stubborn and sweet. Your palms shine faintly in the torchlight. You do not shine. You step back into the shadow. You say nothing. You are expected to say nothing. The air behind the curtain is cooler. The moment you leave the perfumed heat, your skin begins to tighten. The oil on your fingers turns tacky. The scent follows. It will follow for days. You walk back down the corridor, silent but heavy, passing a child with a basket of figs, a priest with powdered arms, a boy scratching his ankle with the edge of a broken spoon. None of them meet your gaze. You do not expect them to. Outside, the breeze returns, low and indifferent. It lifts the corner of your tunic. You pull it back without thinking. You pass a shallow basin where other servants have left their sandals. Yours are still there, damp from yesterday's cleaning, drying slow beneath the sun that forgets your name. You sit on the step, just long enough for your bones to feel the weight of it all again. Then you rise. The oil remains. So does the ache. And somewhere, behind another curtain, another body waits. A hush settles behind the curtain as you step into the hall. Not sudden, but like the world exhaling. Your feet, still prickling from the stone's cold, readjust to the new ground. Polished limestone warmed by torches, carrying echoes of sandal straps and spilled wine. You stand just beyond the circle of banquet tables, where the noble voices hum quietly. An undercurrent of laughter, the rise and fall of toasts, the scrape of plates, and the soft weight of goblets placed with care. You breathe in sync with those sounds, though your lungs ache with their foreign richness. You hold your position just far enough that the servants at your side screen the space between you and luxury. One of them shifts, a woman with hands scarred from grinding wheat and kneading dough, her shoulder brushing yours in a reminder that you both belong to a world hidden just behind the velvet of authority. You align your posture with hers, both of you invisible ornaments, existing to hold open doors and steady serving platters, never so much as to disturb. The feast spreads out before you like an ocean of promise, yet you do not sail upon it. Instead, you linger on the shore, where stray crumbs gather, untouched fragments of food, not quite tasty enough for those whose names are remembered. A grape, squashed under the plate of a guest, oozes purple onto the table's edge. It would be sacrilege for you to taste it, but your tongue remembers the sensation of sweetness so distant that it feels like a dream remembered at dawn. Your stomach is a quiet drum inside you, its pulse faint with routine. It knows hunger more than fullness. At home, when you chew, it is to keep your jaw moving so the emptiness can be ignored. Here, you chew because the world expects dismissal, and you must appear as still and unremarkable as polished alabaster. You glimpse the staff at your back, another with a water vessel, one lifting a bowl of olives, a third pausing as though he might accidentally inhale the laughter of the table rather than exhale the loneliness of service. Your hands remain at your sides. There is work to be done, of course. Wine to pour, napkins to whisper across laps, platters to glide past elbows without glance. But for now you stand, a sentinel of restraint. The hall's heat hums against your neck, mixing with the scent of roast meat and crushed herbs and perfumed robes. You almost taste it, on your lips, sticky and overwhelming. A breath in and you swallow it down, tasting of restraint and old dust. You notice details you are not meant to. The way a servant's cheek catches the torchlight for a moment before she pulls her shoulders a little tighter. The way a slip of laughter travels across the table and dissolves into the drape of the curtains. The way your own heartbeat burrows deeper to stay unnoticed. There is a stillness in your bones here, anchoring you to the floor even when your mind drifts to the mat you slept on last night, and to the thought that tomorrow you will slip beneath it again. Somewhere, someone drops a silver fork. The clatter is muted, as though the banquet itself swallowed the sound mid-air. Behind you, a servant flinches, then bows her head. You imagine a ripple moving through the crowd, never seen, but understood. Errors are breadcrumbs no one picks up. You inhale. The air's thickness reminds you of the storeroom where the linen waits, and of the scent of oil still lurking on your palms. Your presence here is to dissolve, not to be drawn in. A platter arrives, and your breath deepens. You sense it before you see it. The faint tremble of laughter on someone's lips, the shimmer of fig jam, the gleam of a roasted bird carved into its flesh. You are closer now, close enough to feel the heat rising from the platter, close enough to be swallowed by its promise, and your own absence all at once. You stand, rifle-flat posture, face blank stone. This too is a task, as crucial as sweeping floors at dawn. The aroma is sickly sweet with citrus and honey, turned cloying by the world that claims it belongs to you. You imagine dipping a finger and tasting it, quickly, reverently, But you do not. Instead, you move aside so a second servant can pass. You are the space these flavors fall over and the air they trickle through, the invisible frame that lets the portrait exist without alteration. In the kitchen, the oil clung to your fingers. Here, the roast clings to the senses. The hum of sandals on the floor is a distant wave. The echo of knives scraping plates is a memory now. You want to sink into that hush. Instead, you press your back against the cool wall between columns, your hand brushing the carved relief, hieroglyphs into which you have pressed your palm and found no comfort. Your stomach urges with ordinary hunger, the kind that a meal should answer. You let the thought pass. This body, your body, is not invited. It should remain still. It should remain as muted as the light in your eyes. You find tension in your muscles, tiny knots of remembering discomfort. But your lips do not part. You are not here to shift, only to hold and release your breath when no one is watching. You wonder about the noble who owns the robes worn tonight. Do they understand how many steps and silences built the weight their limbs carry? Do they know that every crease in that linen was folded by hands like yours? Every thread scrubbed until fatigue flickered across your vision? You suspect not. They lean in conversation, unaware of the labor that made their ease. And maybe that is the way it should be. Maybe that omission is the vessel of power. Another servant brushes by, barely grazing the air around you, and you feel the world shift. You step back, your sandal heels making no sound, because you have learned that your presence must not intrude upon luxury. Silence is your craft, careful and unbroken. A servant's foot catches on a crack in the floor. A wince flickers across her face, pride quick as shadow. None catch it. You catch it. Your hand reaches for the corner of your tunic, an unconscious gesture to steady yourself in solidarity, then falls to rest. You are not the saving hand. You are the silent witness. The feast continues. The taste of spiced wine drifts out of reach. A woman at the head of the table bites into a pomegranate seed, and cerulean juice beads at her lips, catching the torchlight. A fire spark. You see the sinews stretch tight across her throat. You imagine that skin beneath your fingers. You imagine the weight of blessing it must feel. You do not touch it. Instead, you focus on the pillar's base, where dust has collected, and of course you will sweep it later when the guests retire. The hall begins to settle. Plates empty. Goblets deepen in color. Voices soften. Someone rises to speak, but their words are already receding into the thick air. You cannot hear. You do not need to. The rise and fall of their breath is your signal. Ease the platters. Move the bowls. Let the last flakes be cleared. Tend to the table as though it is a wound to be dressed. Patch. Collect. Smooth. You do the work your hands have memorized, though your heart still thumps behind ribs no one sees. You sweep up the crumbs and swirl the ashes of embers into dust. You stack the plates, finger to finger, careful. You pile the napkins, crease side down, crisp and obedient. The columns echo your motions in their silent watchfulness. And when the bustle fades, when the hall stands stripped to its bones, you retreat into the corridor's shade. You press your back against the wall, breath shallow, not from exertion, but from the quiet that follows demand. You remain still for moments longer than you should, letting the echoes finish you. Then you move. The torchlight is low where you walk. Shadows gather at your edges and stretch upward. You pass the dining hall's threshold and feel the air shift. Cooler, quieter, empty. You stop just for a heartbeat and lift your hand to the lintel, fingertips brushing the grain of its wood. A grain as old as the hands that made it, as old as your breath. You do not look back, not because you cannot, but because you know nothing else awaits. You have given your silence. You have held your stillness, and that is enough. A faint creak comes from far behind you, like the hall settling into its aftermath. You lean into the hallway's hush. Then you disappear down the corridor, the echo of your footfall the only testament to your presence on this night. It begins not with motion, but with the absence of it, a kind of stillness that isn't peace, but pause, a breath held too long, a corridor waiting to be seen again. You've left the hall of the feast behind, though its sounds still hum behind your ribs. Clatter, laughter, a grape crushed underfoot. You carry the echo like an offering in your chest, but no one wants it. No one ever does. Your hand brushes against the linen wrap at your hip, feeling the fine grit already collecting in the folds. It is early still, too early for sand to be where it is. But here it is, inside the palace, in places where only silence should tread, in the joints of the carved lions beneath the stair, along the cool ledge of the alabaster basin, between the papyrus stalks painted on the wall where no breeze belongs. You move slowly because the quiet demands it. This is not sweeping for the marketplace. This is not dusting for your mother's stool. This is the Pharaoh's corridor, and the Pharaoh's silence, and the Pharaoh's air. You are only here because someone else is not, because someone else was punished, or promoted, or simply vanished. No one tells you these things. You find them out the way you find out everything here, by being too close to notice, but not close enough to be warned. You crouch. The stone floor beneath your knees is colder than the air, like it remembers a time before the sun. You place your cloth down carefully, not because it is sacred, but because everything here is watched, even when no one is looking. The cloth is thin, worn down by water and lie and hands like yours. Its edges are fraying, and one corner carries a brown stain that never came out. You keep it folded under, like shame. The rest is still useful, or at least good enough to pretend. You run it gently along the base of a statue. You can never remember which is which. Not because you don't care, but because your work is the same no matter who the statue is for. You clean it as though it were a living thing. You clean it as though it might notice. You clean it because someone told you to, once, and no one told you to stop. There is sand in the crook of the elbow, sand behind the ear, sand at the base where the robe gathers in a stone fold. It's always in folds, the sand. It likes to hide in softness, even if the softness is carved from limestone. You blow gently, but it doesn't move. It never does when you want it to, only when it wants. You wipe. You wipe again. You do not leave a smear. You've learned how not to. Your wrist moves just enough. Your pressure is quiet. Your breath is quieter. From far off, someone coughs. Not a loud cough, not a sick one, just enough to mark time. There is a breeze, but not from outside. It comes from deep in the structure, where the halls twist like the inside of a snail shell. It carries a cooler note, something herbal, maybe incense, or maybe just the shadow of it, long since burned. You do not turn to follow it. You let it pass. Let it forget you. The next surface is smooth and pale and curved, a jar taller than your thigh, decorated with blue glazes that crackle slightly where the color thickens. You clean it with two hands, one holding it steady, the other smoothing its skin like a mother might a restless child. You do not know what the jar holds. You do not need to. You move on. The corners are worst, always. Sand nests there, hides in the right angles like guilt. It doesn't belong, but neither do you. So you understand it. You understand the way it accumulates, unnoticed until someone steps wrong. You understand how it shifts beneath a foot, making a fool of the one who thought the floor was solid. You collect it, grain by grain. Each pinch is a decision. Each swipe is a whisper of a life that doesn't leave marks. You shift your weight onto the balls of your feet. The soles ache, but they know this ache well. It is not pain. It is simply the shape of your day pressing itself into your bones. Your toes curl slightly in the dust, catching on a small ridge in the stone floor, where years of walking have worn down even what was once carved. You do not look down. You know what it is. You know it's there. There's a pattern you follow when you clean here. Not because you were told to. No one explained it. But you've learned the rhythm of the walls, the dance of the light as it sneaks through high slats and casts golden nets across the floor. You clean in spirals, in loops, in silence. Never straight lines. Straight lines invite inspection. Curves are quieter. They hide the memory of your passing. Sand has settled into a crack beside the brazier. The brazier is cold now, unused, but always respected. You brush the rim of the base with your cloth, gently, as though coaxing it to sleep. Something small moves behind it. A beetle, maybe, or a mouse, or just a piece of yesterday deciding it no longer wants to hide. You hear voices, not close, not clear. Laughter that doesn't belong to you. It floats down the corridor like perfume, too sweet and too far. You pause, cloth in hand, breath shallow. You listen, not because you want to hear, but because you must. The wrong step now, the wrong position, the wrong glance, and you are the story. And you do not want to be the story. You want to be the absence, the breath between sentences. The voices fade. You return to the jar, to the brazier, to the lines of dust along the base of the wall. A fine powder has begun to form where the corner meets the floor. You blow gently. It swirls upward in a small, defiant cloud before falling again, as if annoyed to have been disturbed. You think, briefly, of how often you've done this. Not today, not this week, but in your life. How many hours you've spent in pursuit of what should not be there. How many mornings you've walked past the same threshold. How many cloths you've worn thin. How many knees you've pressed against unforgiving stone. There is something oddly holy about it. Not in the way priests mean. Not in the way the nobles perform. But in the small, unnoticed ritual of it. The sand comes. You remove it. The sand comes again. You remove it again. You are not winning. That was never the point. You pause at the edge of the hall. Light cuts sharply here, golden and high, touching the dust in midair, so it looks like a snowfall made of crushed time. You run your fingers through it without touching anything, just letting the air move around your knuckles, letting the light draw lines where no one will see. Far above you, a small bird cries out once, trapped in the rafters, or maybe just lost. You hear the flutter of wings, the soft thud against a beam. Then silence again. Even the bird knows not to be too loud here. You begin the final stretch of the corridor, where a row of carved reeds marks the base of the wall. The indentations are shallow, but they catch everything. Sand, hair, small fragments of ash from burned offerings. You clean them with the corner of the cloth, folded tightly, precise. One groove at a time. You feel it in your fingers, the pull of the fabric, the resistance of grit, the small sigh of dust as it lets go. Somewhere beyond the next doorway, someone drops a clay bowl. You do not flinch. You've learned not to react to sounds. They are not yours to acknowledge. Let the nobles startle. Let the guards investigate. You are still, like furniture, like stone. Your back is beginning to complain. Your shoulders ache. But there is only one corner left. One last place where the sand has curled up like a cat, smug and certain. You kneel beside it. You press the cloth down, then lift. A perfect imprint of your effort remains in the dust. A shape of care. A pause in time. And then even that is gone. You gather the cloth into your hands. It is heavier now. It carries the burden of what should not have been there. You fold it over itself, hiding the stains and the grit and the pieces of day that are not worth remembering. And then you are still. There is a silence that comes after work. Not relief, not triumph. Just the kind of quiet that knows your name. You stand slowly, Your feet slide gently against the floor. The sand remains in the air like a secret, and you leave it there, just for a moment. Soft light fades behind you as you step from the corridor into the storage rooms, a threshold where sunlight recedes and stillness blooms. The air shifts, less a breeze than a thick invitation to remember your place. It settles on your skin like warm stone, a weight that presses the breath into your lungs. You exhale slowly, letting it fill the empty hall between two rows of clay jars. Each one swells with its own memory. Pressed dates, fat-sealed oil, dried fish, resin, things you carry on your back without load, embedded in the air. Your feet have forgotten how to glide. They tread quietly on beaten earth, grains shifted flat by years of silence. Around you, shelves rise like ancient altars, stacked precariously with baskets woven from palm fiber, filled with grain darker and heavier than the sun. You know the grooves of each basket as though they are part of your own skin, and you know the smell of grain, earthy, dusty, slightly sour from storage. It clings to your fingers even after you move on. You pause in front of a low shelf and kneel, your knees sinking into the warm dirt. A clay jar sits there, coated with a film of dust so thin it shivers in the light. You run your fingers along its curve, detecting where a chip once grazed its lip, just enough that whoever drank from it knew none of this is flawless. You press a palm against it, feeling both the jar's solidity and its fragility, a velvet tension of clay that might crack under a careless hand. And you wonder how many jars like this have slipped and broken, tiny casualties of unseen shifts. Your fingers drift upward toward a basket of dried fish, each slender shape whispering against the next. You do not touch, just hold space. The air catches a memory of brine, of salt dried in the sun until it screamed from the flesh. There is pride in this smell, you suppose, because someone stored it. But it brings a flash of appetite you cannot follow, because you know your own hunger is dismissed before it begins. You stand and move deeper into the room, each step slower than the last. Shelves crowd you from both sides until the world narrows to a lane of dust and jars. Here, the sun cannot find you, but the heat remains. The walls hold on to it, stone that sings of long days, glowing from deep within. When you place a hand against them, a warmth pulses back, an echo of midday. The silence here is not empty. It is humming with all that was stacked, sealed, forgotten, and stored away. You imagine the jars full of good things, olive oil pressed by squeezing stones, wine tinted red from crushed grapes, honey sticky with the residue of flower petals. If you could hold one in your arms, you might feel rich. But you cannot. You hold the cloth instead, worn thin, threadbare, smelling of dust and labor. You rub the jars gently, as though you are wiping away years of neglect. Your cloth finds patterns, rings of moisture, scratches, a faint handprint. Each one tells a story the palace never asked you to hear. A rat darts across the floor. You do not startle. The corners of your vision already hold creatures you cannot name, each step into memory and instinct. The rodent disappears beneath a crate of resin. You imagine it scuttling upward, smelling the sweetness or the resin's pine bitterness, and you imagine its tiny curiosity being just as tired as yours. You wonder if it knows it's not meant to belong here either. Your back stiffens as you lean forward to slide open the lid of a jar full of resin lumps. When it shifts, thin clouds of smell drift up, pine sharp and tickling your nose. You inhale, you exhale. The scent fills something ancient in your chest. The heat of it feels alive, flickering with possibility. Someone will use it to anoint a noble's idol or to seal a door against ruin. Maybe it will burn in the brazier. The jar sits heavy in your hand, and its contents are more sacred than any cloth you've pressed to linen. You return the lid and stand, pushing your shoulders upward as though propping open the world. The walls gleam with baked stone and faint streaks of mortar. You can see where the builders have left fingerprints so long ago that no one remembers their name. You think of those hands, smoothing stone, and of your own hands, smoothing dust. The echo of effort is the same. You walk further and find a basket of dates, shriveled yet sweet. You turn it away, not to steal a taste, but to feel closer to what you serve. The soft crush of the fruit under your fingers releases a scent, warm sugar, deep and sticky. You press it to the side of your head, imagining the taste in your mind, the sensation of juice slipping down your throat. It reminds you of childhood, of figs stolen in the fields, of goat silk laughter, of a time when sweetness belonged to you. But here, sweetness belongs to another. You place the basket back gently, with reverence, and step away. The silence swells again. You approach the back of the room, where heavy vases lie dormant in cobwebbed corners. Their surfaces are smooth beneath your touch, but cold now, soot-filled from forgotten fires. You run your fingers along their curve and feel the grain of clay grounding your own bones. You imagine water being poured in once, cooling hips, reflective currents, the sound muffled inside the jar before spreading outward in memory. You feel a lost comfort, and the heat closes in around it like a promise that cannot be kept. You step away and kneel, smoothing the earth in front of one basket. It has spilled some time before, letting grain pour out in a slow slide. You trace it with your fingers, arranging the pile back into shape, each kernel a bead in a quiet prayer. You dust your cloth through the mess until dust mixes with grain and becomes grain again. Only this time, it looks cleaner. Sort of. Your knees ache. You shift leg to leg. The cloth grows heavier in your hand, sticky with oil and dust and something else. Something you cannot name but you feel in the pit of your stomach. Unfamiliar dread or a long hunger. You fold the cloth into a tight bundle and tuck it at your waist, knowing it will only loosen in the next room. The storage room extends further than you expected, beyond your memory. It is a labyrinth of silent nourishment, a tomb of provisions, a tapestry of labor. You move through it like a pilgrim in denial of the path. You follow a lantern you do not carry, lighting nothing, carrying nothing but your breath and your fatigue. You sense the heat is thickening, pooling lower near the floor, turning the room into a gentle furnace. You taste it at the back of your throat. It tells you you belong. You pause before a stack of wine amphorae. They sit tilted, lids bound with clay, waiting for hands to pour. You lean your shoulder into one, pushing gently to test its weight. It shifts slightly. You feel the wine inside, sloshing like a slow heartbeat. You take a deep breath, as though you might drink it, but you do not. You are not thirsty for wine. You are thirsty for being seen. And yet here, nobody looks at the jars. They look through them, around them, never at them. Or at you. Or there is a faint chirp, high and hesitant, like a bird trapped somewhere in the rafters. You stop, straining. You can hear wood expanding in the heat, the dull click of stone on stone, and that bird, just beyond hearing. You take a small step forward, but the bird slips away. You imagine it fluttering toward moonlight and quiet. You turn to leave, tracing your steps backward. The path out feels both familiar and alien, as though you've been walking these floors for someone else's life. You cross the spilled grain, the jars, the baskets. Each one presses against your back as you pass, as if recognizing you now. You do not slow. You do not stop. Finally, the doorway appears again, a dark rectangle in the heat. You exhale all the air you hold and step through into the corridor's air, which is cooler but still warm with palace breath. The scent of storage room heat recedes, mingling with the dust already collected on the corridor walls. Behind you, the jars remain, still, patient, full of things they will never know they hold. And you remain too, unchanged, carrying more than clay, grain, resin, carrying the memory of heat, of unending labor, of small triumphs that no one notices. You walk forward, letting its weight bloom in your steps. And as you go, you feel a single bead of sweat roll from your temple, down your cheek, and drop to the ground. It hisses against the floor, unheard. And you breathe once more into the corridor's gentler air, the quiet carrying you onward. Softly, the echo of the storeroom's warmth lingers in your lungs as you step into the grand hall's threshold, where the air shivers with invisible expectations. Under the towering columns, between the carved pillars lit by flickering torches, the nobles gather, voices low, gestures practiced, laughter echoing like hollow birdsong. You position yourself just beyond their circle, where the polished stone floor is cooler beneath your sandals. You are not part of this sound, yet each syllable threads through you, softly, insistently, like water dripping into a cavern you cannot leave. Here, the air tastes of polished wood and faint perfume, heavy with the memory of incense burned hours ago. It drifts past you in thin swirls, grazing your cheeks before fading. You breathe it in, carrying its ghost into your bones, because you have nothing of your own to carry. You stand still, a statue made to bear witness to moments you cannot speak, gestures unnoticed, eyes unacknowledged. In this stillness, you learn the shape of silence, how it curves around noble laughter, how it pools under the weight of unspoken judgments. You shift one foot, a slow sigh against the stone, as you listen. The conversation threads in and out, half-shared stories of distant hunts, grain shipments, gilded boats on the river. Names pass like ripples across a quiet pond. Names you are not meant to remember. And yet, your mind gathers them, weaving them into the tapestry of your day. There is comfort in gathering, even if no one notices what you gather. But your body instead holds discomfort. The coarse hem of your linen tunic against your forearm, the way the cloth refuses to smooth beneath polished fingertips, the ache in your shoulders as you lift an invisible weight, the way your hips sway, trained to inch backward whenever a foot steps closer. A single slip of posture would call attention. So you hold still, inhaling deep and slow, tasting the smoky sweetness that drifts from their bowls of fruit, olives glistening in oil you helped press. Your gaze drops to the floor, tracing the seams between the slabs of stone. Each groove is a memory, footsteps you carried, sandals you polished, spills you mopped when no one bothered to look. Beneath the ornate banquet table, you see glimmers of dropped food, a fleshy date, half-rolled grape, a flake of bread crust. You resist the hunger that stirs, the memory of yesterday's supper which held so little. Stillness teaches you to tame such hunger. A noble shifts by your shoulder, and you feel the warmth of their tunic graze yours. You do not flinch. You do not breathe. You are moss on the wall, steady and quiet. But inside, a thin ember of awareness glows. You exist only to be there and not to be seen. You inhale again, letting your awareness sweep across the scene. The chandeliers overhead tilt gently, as though remembering their own solidity. Shadows bow across faces, sharp cheekbones carved in candlelight, laughter ringing like metal on stone. You listen for laughter you might match, but there is none for you. There is only the echo, pleasant, practiced, loud enough to pressure your skin. Your feet grow warmer, the stone beneath them absorbing heat from the sun outside, even though the corridor blocks most of it. You shift your weight, rolling your foot from arch to heel to toe. Each movement a small reprieve, a silent assertion that you remain present. You gather grit beneath your collarbone, the fine dust from the storerooms, washed away in spirit but not in substance. One of the nobles leans forward, voice dipping to share a private jest. The sound is quiet, precise. You sense the tremor of shared amusement, soft enough that only a few receive it. You do not receive it. Instead, your eyelids flutter briefly, and you catch your breath. The sound presses into your ribs, a pulse of exclusion you know intimately, a field barred by invisible boundaries. Your throat constricts. You swallow the sharpness. There is no space here for your breath. Stillness becomes a shield. You lift a hand, a subtle motion, so gradual that it drapes into place rather than moves. Your fingers press to smooth the front of your tunic. The linen is dull, unbleached, yet you push the cloth flat as though correcting a fault. You remember yesterday's embarrassment when a noble's spill-stained shoulder. You promised yourself, never again. Each breath you take gathers echo from walls, from voices, from your faint heartbeat, something that insists beneath the hush. You let it pulse there, a reminder that you are not stone. You are flesh. You are witness. A tray of wine goblets appears, carried by another servant who moves with more recognition than you. You notice how their steps cause ripples in the hall's acoustics, a subtle resonance the room allows for them, but not for you. You close your eyes briefly, conjuring your own footsteps from memory, stilled, distant, as though underwater. Your mind retreats into routine. You see your hands gliding across sweeping dust from column bases earlier that morning. How each stone feels, mottled yet smooth beneath your palm. You breathe in the memory of that ritual, and you remember the servant's prayer. Let dust vanish. Let presence vanish. Be useful. Be silent. You rest this memory against your sternum, a hidden talisman. Another laugh passes, a low, precise ripple that causes the flame of a torch to flicker just so. You taste dryness in your mouth, a reminder of your thirst for both water and something more meaningful. But you hold posture instead, chest open, palms resting at your sides, as still as carved wood. You imagine yourself a pillar, supporting everything while asking nothing. A noble's gaze travels in your direction momentarily, but you know what this means. They saw you as part of the background. They did not connect to your presence, any more than a painter thinks of the canvas beside the portrait. You permit the gaze to wash over, fold into the wall, and dissipate. Nothing ruffles it. Nothing stirs. Time slips. These minutes stretch like taffy, slow, sticky, silent. You are glad for the stretch. You do not want to break. There is solace in endurance. If you remain as quiet as stone, they will not see the fissures in your calm. They will not see you recoil like a broken reed when their laughter rises too high. Your toes press into a slight indentation in the stone, the only trace of someone's carelessness. It reminds you of your goat, waiting at dawn in the lower quarters, patient and undemanding. You inhale its memory, warm wool coat, goat breath sweet with clover, the way its head tilts in approval. You breathe it in, though you are dry and brittle. It fills a small hollow inside. You stand a little straighter. You are a vessel, holding space, holding silence, holding witness. This is the form your service takes. You move within the pulse of their world without touching its edges. A stray breeze flickers the torch flame again. You feel the brush of air across the hall, cool, foreign, passing through you. And for just a moment, you imagine stepping sideways into its path, letting it carry you away. But your feet remain where they are. Still, you feel the suggestion of movement wash through your veins. You feel again that you exist. The echo of voices starts to recede as the nobles shuffle away, soft steps, carried by expectation toward other rooms, other gatherings. The hall empties, voices dim, torches lowered. You stand alone once more, in that residue of heat and echo. You close your eyes, you breathe. The scent of polished wood and fading perfume pools around you. You feel the stone floor grounding your body again. You inhale dust, warmth, quiet. And as the hall slips back into silence, you step forward, quietly, purposefully, toward the edge of everything you are allowed to hold. The corridor ahead is cooler, gentler. You step into it. A single footfall fades behind you, a breath of stone closing softly. The air has shifted again, barely, but enough for your skin to notice before your thoughts do. Somewhere behind you, a sandal scuffs against polished stone, not a sound of urgency, but one of practiced repetition, like a bird returning to the same perch it forgot it hated. You do not turn. You already know who it is. Their rhythm is familiar. The slight drag on the left, the pause before each pivot. Everyone has their signature, whether they know it or not. You are seated in the corridor just beyond the chamber's threshold, legs folded beneath you, your back straight, not out of comfort, but expectation. A linen bundle rests in your lap, pale and translucent like sunlight caught in a net. It is the Pharaoh's robe, or perhaps one of his wives. It does not matter. The cloth itself carries more weight than the names it once touched. Your fingers move slowly, deliberately, coaxing the folds into the angles they remember. As if the linen has a memory of shape, you are merely helping it recall. There is a technique to it, though no one speaks of it aloud. The crease must whisper, not shout. The corners must meet as if by accident, never force. You breathe through your fingertips more than your mouth, guiding the fabric as though it is something alive, which in a way it is. Not yours, not ever yours, but alive with the scent of cedar oil and the faint echo of gold threads once stitched and removed. The linen shifts in your hands like warm milk poured too slowly. Soft, but never without resistance. You fold as the sun folds, slowly, on a diagonal, always downward. The chamber remains quiet behind you. Inside, someone important is sleeping, or pretending to. You are not meant to know the difference. You are only meant to work without sound, like a breeze that carries nothing but the thought of coolness. And so you fold. You have folded many linens, and yet each one feels like the first, as though your fingers forget themselves overnight and must relearn the ancient language of quiet corners and invisible seams. This one is finer than most. The weave is so tight it hums when you run your thumb along its edge. Not a sound, but a vibration, a murmur too delicate for ears. It holds the warmth of the person who wore it last, though it's been hours since they disrobed. You wonder if skin can imprint memory on cloth, the way a body leaves scent on stone, stubborn, lingering, uninvited. The scent clings to you too, but differently. Where the linen smells of sandalwood and lotus, your own tunic holds the bitterness of sweat dried twice over, of well water gone tepid in a clay jug, of time too long spent under a jealous sun. You are made of harsher things. The linen is made of light. And here you are, expected to fold one into the other. You shift your weight, careful not to let your knee brush the floor too loudly. The stones are smooth, but not kind. They press against your shin bone like a reminder. You are meant to kneel. That is your shape in this world. You look up once, only once, just to check the position of the window slats. The light has changed again, thinned out into long stripes across the far wall. You do not dare to follow it with your eyes. You cannot afford the luxury of gazing. Light, for you, is not a thing to admire. It is a tool, a schedule, a whip made soft. The air is dry here, and yet the linen still holds moisture from the last rinsing. You folded it wet, once, in error. It left a mark that vanished, but never truly disappeared. That was 2 seasons ago, and yet your stomach still knots at the memory. The reprimand had been simple, a word, a look, a silence that curled tighter than any lash. You fold more carefully now. You fold as if someone is watching, even when they are not. Especially when they are not. There is a rhythm to this work, but it is not your rhythm. It belongs to someone else, someone higher, someone cleaner, someone whose hands are never raw from lie. You match their pace, even when you are alone. That is the rule you have absorbed into your spine. Always perform as if seen, even in silence, especially in silence. Another cloth rests folded beside you, square, exact, as if it were never worn by a body, never stained by breath or meal or accident. It looks effortless. You know better. Your knuckles remember the effort. Your shoulders carry the proof. You lean forward again, adjusting the final edge. It does not quite align. Not yet. So you breathe, then smooth. Breathe again, then press. You shift it the width of a single grain of barley. And that is the difference between being scolded and being invisible, the highest form of praise your station allows. Somewhere behind the wall, a bowl is set down too hard. It rings in the air for a moment, a bright, hollow note. You do not look, but your body flinches slightly, shoulders remembering other sounds that came after such a tone. The sound of correction, the sound of cloth torn, the sound of names that were not yours, but might have been, on a worse day. The linen lies still now, folded 3 times and then once more, in the way you were taught, in the way you have done for so many weeks you no longer count them. You place it atop the stack, aligning it carefully with the others, each a soft monument to silence and precision. There is no ceremony, no gratitude, only the absence of error. That is the goal. That is your reward. The light has shifted again. It creeps in long from the upper vent, a pale gold beam that slices across the floor, catching on dust you are not meant to acknowledge. Tiny flecks turn slowly in it, weightless, purposeless, like thoughts you are not allowed to speak aloud. They fall on the folded linens, glowing briefly, then vanishing. You resist the urge to brush them away. Not yet. You are not done. Your hands move on to the next cloth, this one thinner, finer, almost translucent when held against the sun. It whispers against your skin like the breath of something sacred, though sacred is not a word meant for your touch. You are only meant to prepare, to cleanse, to present, but not to hold meaning, not to matter. Still, you lift it carefully, not for yourself, but because it is what must be done. Your fingertips pinch the edges just so, and your palms smooth with a motion that remembers repetition more than feeling. It slides into place with a sigh of its own, a sound so soft it might be imagined. Behind you, someone passes in the corridor, sandals tapping on stone with indifferent rhythm. They do not pause. That is good. That is right. You do not exist when others are walking. You are part of the furniture, the walls, the scentless breeze that shifts the hanging banners but leaves no impression. You return to the cloth. Its edge curls ever so slightly, resisting final order. You press it again with the heel of your hand, gently, like quiet defiance. The fold responds, not perfectly, but enough. Enough to pass. Enough to avoid notice. That is all you have ever asked for. That, and a moment to sit where your back does not ache like soaked rope left to dry in the sun. But you don't ask for that. Not really. Not out loud. You simply fold. Fold and breathe. And fold again. The basket beside you is almost full now. Fold upon fold. Like a staircase made of silence. Each layer is pressed flatter than the one before. Like the weight of time itself is being folded down into cloth. If someone were to lift one piece, they would see the shape of your hands in the crease, though they would never know it. They would only see flaw or perfection, never the person behind either. Somewhere beyond the walls, a servant sneezes, sharp and brief. A pause follows, not of concern, but calculation. Was it too loud? Did someone of importance hear it? You wait, breath held for them, as if you too might be punished for the noise. But the corridor remains unchanged. The world moves on, quietly brutal. You shift slightly to ease the ache in your legs. The mat beneath you is worn to the smoothness of leather in some places and splintered like reed in others. It is not meant for comfort, only for order. You are not meant to be comfortable either, only correct. Another linen in your lap. This one coarser, the sort worn under robes, against skin, hidden from sight. Its edges are frayed where they will never be seen, but you smooth them anyway. You fold it as carefully as the others, as if someone will judge it not by its appearance, but by its memory, as if the cloth itself will remember how you treated it. And perhaps it does. Perhaps everything does. The folds feel heavier now, not with weight, but with repetition. There is no end to them, only more beginnings. A rhythm of toil that stretches like the river beyond the palace walls, slow and winding and too wide to cross. But you do not need to cross. You only need to fold, and not be seen, and not be wrong. There is a moment when your hands stop, but not because they're finished. The light has changed. It slips in from the high window differently now, not golden, but pale, and your fingers hesitate in it, caught like insects in amber. Time pauses with them, stretching out the space between motions, and in that stillness, you hear it again. Not a voice, not exactly. Just breathe, not yours. Someone on the other side of the partition, the thin wall of woven reed, breathing through their teeth as they work. You've never seen them, but you always know when they're near. They shift fabric with a rhythm just slightly faster than yours, just slightly sharper. You wonder if their task is the same. You wonder if they fold too quickly, or if they are the better servant, and you are the one too slow. It's a strange sort of companionship, this unseen presence with whom you share silence. Sometimes your breaths line up. Sometimes your footsteps in the corridor mirror each other. Once, your shadows met on the floor at the corner where neither of you stepped. And just as quickly, they parted again. You smooth the linen on your lap and keep folding. Every so often, a thread unravels, a soft, mocking curl at the edge of a cloth. You pinch it off with your fingernails, hiding the imperfection as though it might accuse you aloud. The waste of it clings to your skin, lighter than dust, but somehow more shameful. In the corner, a fly taps at the inside of a clay bowl. Its wings make a sound like forgotten thoughts, thin, persistent, useless. You wonder if it too is looking for a way out, or if it simply doesn't know what walls mean. A breeze moves faintly through the cracks in the wall. It smells of distant wet things, clay and dung and Nile water drying on the skin of oxen. But here, in this room of folded linen, it smells out of place, almost like rebellion. You ignore it. Your hands return to their work, because if you stop, the cloth will sag. If you stop, the folds will shift. If you stop, you might begin to think too loudly. And thought, unlike cloth, cannot be smoothed out once wrinkled. Later, as shadows lengthen along the floor, your knees begin to complain, not loudly, just a low, persistent ache that speaks in the language of worn joints and unyielding stone. You shift slightly, but it makes no difference. The cushion beneath you is more promise than substance, more memory than comfort. Like so many things here, the linen on your lap is nearly done, and yet you dread finishing it. Not because of what comes next, but because of the moment between tasks. That breath of emptiness when you are between purposes, between movements, between usefulness. It is then, in that space, that thoughts rise uninvited. You would rather keep folding. A whisper of footsteps passes outside the doorway. Light ones, sandals barely brushing the floor. Not a master, another servant perhaps, or a shadow playing games. You freeze briefly, your fingers resting on a crease, pretending not to notice, pretending not to be noticed. That's the unspoken rule. Hear nothing, see nothing, be nothing unless summoned. The heat has settled again, not like a flame, but like a damp woolen blanket draped over the day. The air is still, heavy with the scent of warmed oils and faint sweat. Even the fabric begins to feel alive in your hands, pulsing faintly with the energy of repetition. Or maybe it's your own heartbeat echoing into the cloth. There's something comforting in the exactness of it. A fold aligned just so. A hem flattened into silence. A task that, if done correctly, leaves no trace of you behind. Your presence is like a breeze that passed through, made no sound, disturbed nothing. That is the goal. That is the shape of success. And so you continue, not with joy, not with resentment, but with the deep, distant calm of someone who has long since given up expecting anything else. It is not quite peace, but it is familiar. Outside, a dog barks once, not near, somewhere farther off, near the wall where the cooks throw scraps. It's a small interruption, but you feel it in your teeth. You smooth the edge of the linen once more, slower now, as the final corner approaches. The last fold settles with a sigh of worn fabric, so faint it's more suggestion than sound. You run your palm over the linen as if to press your absence into it, like sealing something shut, not with wax, but with silence. The cloth is perfect, not because it matters, but because it had to be. You place it atop the others, the growing stack beside you now taller than your bent knee. Folded light, folded hours, folded fragments of yourself that no one will notice. They will be lifted by hands that have never known blisters, worn by bodies perfumed and powdered, admired only in candlelight and passing glances. They will never feel the ache sewn into each crease. And still, your hands linger on the top cloth, not to admire, not even to rest, just to feel something finished. There is no announcement when you are done. No approval, no nod, no glance of acknowledgement. Only the shift in rhythm, the quiet rearranging itself into a different shape now that this task has ended. Somewhere behind you, the sound of sandals against stone, a servant's pace, software efficient, almost forgotten before it's finished. Then a door creaks, a cough, a broom dragging lazily over tiles, the low murmur of a child's voice, too soft to understand, but shaped like questions. You rise slowly, knees stiff from stillness. You carry the stack, the linen that must be whiter than the moon, toward the corner where they'll wait until someone else decides where they go next. They are not yours anymore. Maybe they never were. The air shifts behind you. A breeze, a spirit, just heat moving through emptiness. You don't turn to check. Some things aren't meant to be seen, only felt. You return to the place where the fabric waited earlier, now just a bare surface, pale and empty. There is no task waiting yet, but there will be. There always is. You sit, you rest your hands in your lap and watch the dust in the light. It drifts, like memory, like breath, like a fold in time itself, soft and nearly invisible. Somewhere, far off, a bell rings once. It is not for you, but the sound finds you anyway and settles into your skin. The linen folds are no longer in your hands, but the crease still lingers in your fingertips. The quiet memory of perfect symmetry. You leave the storage alcove slowly, the hem of your tunic brushing the smooth floor, worn by 1,000 silent steps before yours. The air has grown thicker since mid-morning. It clings. The sun is no longer rising. It hovers above the palace now. There is no breeze to chase the weight of it away, no shadow deep enough to drink the heat. But the Pharaoh is not meant to sweat, not even in this hour, not even when the walls themselves begin to glisten, not when the clay pots warm as if they've been placed beside a fire. Your body has not yet cooled from the last task, the folds, the carrying, the kneeling, but already your arms must rise again. You cradle the fan, long-handled and fronded with woven palm and ostrich plume, a gift not for you, but for someone greater. It is not just a tool. It is a gesture, an offering of wind you must make with your own bones. The corridor to the royal chamber is lined with things you'll never own, incense that never clings to your skin, painted reeds with symbols that do not speak your name. gold that gleams like water but never feeds the thirsty. And yet you pass them daily, eyes down, steps measured, not slow, not fast, not drawing notice, just enough, just barely enough. You stop before the curtain. It is embroidered with lilies and lotus and the kind of softness that has forgotten the meaning of work. Your fingers brush the edge, and then you pass through. Inside, the air is heavy with perfume and power. Both are suffocating. The Pharaoh reclines. You do not look directly. That is not your place. You do not speak. That is not your gift. What you give is motion, gentle, repetitive, invisible. The fan moves because you move, and because the Pharaoh does not. The first wave of air stirs the surface of his robes. That is how you know you've done it correctly, not from sound or praise or even acknowledgement, but from the ripple in the fabric, the slightest twitch in the corner of a mouth you dare not look at. The servant's approval is measured in what does not happen. No flinch, no command, no correction. Just the continued existence of your presence. Already your shoulders ache. Not sharply, but in the deep, slow way of something asked too often without rest. You feel the muscles stretch into position, as if they remember their role better than you do. As if the pain is a song your body knows by heart. The room smells of lotus and cinnamon and dust that has tried to disguise itself as perfume. It coats your nose, your throat. You swallow, but the taste of it remains. Sweet, bitter, floral, old. And the heat. Oh, the heat. The kind that doesn't move. It sits. It settles. It grows heavy in your clothing and inside your ribs. The kind that makes your skin feel too full. But your arms rise and fall. Again and again. The fan is not loud, but it has its voice. A whispering rhythm. A breath too large to be yours. It is the only sound you are allowed to make. So you make it well. A breeze borrowed from nowhere. Given without thanks. You are not alone in the room. There are others. Always others. A scribe, perhaps. A handmaiden. Someone guarding nothing from no one. But they remain like shadows. Implied, soft-edged, always peripheral. You do not look at them. They do not look at you. Yet you all share the same breath, the same sweat, the same quiet discipline of being unnoticed. Somewhere outside, a bird cries. It echoes faintly through the stone, a distant freedom you've never tasted. You listen as the call fades. It is the only thing in the day that feels accidental. Your arms begin to tremble, though you will them not to. The fan must not waver. The motion must be smooth. The Pharaoh does not request rhythm, but rhythm is expected nonetheless. It must not draw attention, and so it becomes part of you. Breath in, fan out, breath out, fan in, like tides inside your bones. You wonder, in the slowness of the moment, how many have done this before you? How many arms have swayed with borrowed wind? How many names have been forgotten under this same ceiling, delivering the same gift, unremembered but repeated? You shift your weight slightly, careful not to let your sandals whisper against the floor. Even silence must be shaped, molded. You balance stillness like water in a cracked bowl. Your back itches, not fiercely, just persistently, like a memory you cannot scratch away. The sweat has dried in patches, turned salt against skin, but you do not stop. You do not pause. The air must flow, though none flows for you. Somewhere behind you, a papyrus rustles, too crisp, too clean. It sounds like something expensive, something that will be preserved long after the bones of your hand have forgotten the shape of this fan. You think of all the records etched for eternity. None hold your name. You are the footnote of a silence, the margin of a scroll no one reads. Still your motion continues, the fan drawing loops of air into the hush. You count the swings in your mind, not out of boredom, but to keep from slipping into something worse. Drifting, letting thought wander too far, thinking of cool water, of the shade behind the oven house, of the flat silence between chores. These are luxuries, dangerous ones. So you count. 607, 608. You pause the number, but not the motion, letting your breath become your metronome. You feel it in your chest, warm and stale. The Pharaoh has not moved. That means everything is still correct, still acceptable, still safely forgettable. A servant behind the curtain clears his throat once, a sound like a pebble dropped into a well. It disappears quickly. The room returns to its holy hush. You pretend not to notice. It is always better to be deaf to the discomfort of others. Their failure might stain you by proximity. The light from the open ceiling begins to shift. What once poured in like molten gold now drips, quieter, cooler. The shadows lengthen, stretch toward you like fingers from a waking dream. You watch them grow slowly across the tiles, not moving toward or away from them, just aware, as one is aware of aging or the fading of cloth. You think, briefly, of the fan itself, of the hands that wove it. The reeds bound tightly, the plumes set in careful rows. Perhaps another servant made it. Perhaps their hands bled from the binding, from the shaping. You wonder if they ever got to use it, or if they simply delivered it upward, never touching the air it was made to give. Your own fingers are cramping now. The muscles pulse in time with your heartbeat, a slow, dull ache. You adjust your grip imperceptibly, just enough to continue, not enough to be seen. There is no relief for precision, only the small, cold comfort of not being noticed. A breeze, caught in the folds of the fan, grazes your cheek for a moment. Not a gift, just a stray echo of your labor. Still, you savor it. Not openly, not with any sign. Only in the quiet corners of your chest where your name still matters. The Pharaoh shifts slightly. A toe, a knee, a breath deeper than the last. You freeze inside, though the fan does not stop. The motion continues. It must continue. You are the instrument of stillness. To break rhythm now is to be too visible, and too visible is too dangerous. There is no applause for enduring, no reward for precision, only the ongoing permission to remain. The breeze you give is a thing shaped entirely from absence, the absence of rest, of your own needs, of time that belongs to you. It passes over royal skin like a whisper, and it must never carry the scent of your effort. You must fan as if you do not sweat, as if your arms do not burn. You learned this posture long ago. The way to keep your elbows just loose enough that they do not lock, to fold your spine slightly so it won't strain too quickly, to blink in rhythm with the fan so your tears do not betray exhaustion. These lessons are not taught, they are endured. One mistake at a time, one punishment at a time, one day lived just long enough to wake up into another. A cough echoes beyond the column doorway, deep, papery, not the Pharaoh's, someone else. Perhaps the overseer who always smells of dust and olives. You imagine his sandals scraping softly as he leaves without comment. That is the best kind of departure. A silence not broken. Behind your eyes, the light has taken on the strange shimmer of hunger, not a sharp pang, just the slow erasure of clarity. You cannot remember what your last meal was, or when, but you remember the moment the bowl was taken away before you had finished. You remember the feeling of the wood still warm with porridge, and the knowing, the understanding that you would not ask for more. That asking is a form of noise. That noise is a kind of failure. The air grows thicker now, not hotter, exactly, just heavier, like wet cloth stretched across your ribs. The scent of incense grows stronger, not the sweet kind meant for temples, but the bitter, oily kind that clings to the skin and never quite leaves. Your fingers tighten on the fan, and you count again, just to keep the world from tilting. 801, 802, 803. A servant enters briefly, silent on bare feet, carrying a platter with fruit sliced into precise moons. You do not look. Looking would suggest interest, and you have learned that interest is another form of taking. You are not here to take. You are here to give. Quietly, endlessly. Your eyes trace a pattern on the far wall, not really looking, just resting in a rhythm that does not require seeing. The stone is etched with scenes you will never read, victories that will never include you. Still, you let the images pass through your gaze, as if they could cool something in you. The light dims further, and you shift with it, adapting the angle of the fan. You know this instinctively. It's not about comfort. It's about appearances. The Pharaoh must not appear sweaty, even if the heat has teeth. You are the wall that holds back the sun. You are the breeze that has no body. You are invisible, but not gone. Present, but not known. Like breath on polished gold, seen only when you fail to disappear. The ache in your shoulders has changed. It is no longer sharp, but thick and rounded, like something fermented beneath the skin. It lives there now, quiet, familiar, like the goat behind the granary who sometimes watches you with eyes too knowing for an animal. She sees everything, but says nothing. Like you. The fan creaks once, a whisper of wood complaining, and your stomach drops, just for a moment. You slow the rhythm, shift the grip slightly, pray in a breathless way to every silent force that listens to servants and wood. The sound does not come again. You let the next few motions stretch longer, smoother, as if nothing happened, as if you are the wind and have always been. A bead of sweat slips down your back, tracing the line of your spine like a spider, and you do not flinch. Flinching is visible. You do not blink too often either. Too much motion draws the eye. You have become an object, refined by repetition into something less than a person and more than a shadow. A necessary silence. The Pharaoh shifts, and you feel the motion like thunder in your bones. He does not speak. He never does to you. But even movement is command. You adjust your posture again, tilt the fan just slightly. He seems satisfied, or at least not displeased. That is enough. The room smells now of oil and old wood and crushed dates. The scent of privilege has its own weight. It wraps around the tongue and makes your own hunger feel childish. You can name every ingredient in the room without touching them. You've cleaned their stains, carried their remnants, scrubbed them from sandals and linens and platters. They are sacred only in how far away they are from your mouth. Your mouth is dry now, tongue rough against your teeth. The air you move does not cool you. It passes you by as if you don't exist. The fan casts wind only toward the throne. The breeze does not bend. It knows its master. A fly lands briefly on the back of your hand. You do not move. It leaves. You remain. Sometimes you imagine being outside, not free, just elsewhere. Under the shade of reeds, your hands dipped in river water, or even just crouched behind the clay wall that holds back the kitchen heat. Just somewhere with space to breathe the air you've given. But even imagination has a price. You reel your thoughts back in, like a fisherman too poor to keep the line loose. You cannot afford daydreams. You can barely afford the moment you're in. So you count again. 1,206. 1,207. 1,208. And the fan glides, and the air flows, and you vanish once more into usefulness. At some point, long past the moment when minutes cease to matter, the light in the chamber begins to shift. You do not look toward the source, but you feel it on the side of your face. The thick columns no longer cast the same shadows. Dust caught in the golden air begins to dance, suspended like secrets no one will claim. You are not supposed to notice such things, but you do. It is the only beauty that belongs to you. The servants behind you come and go. You hear the soft pads of bare feet against polished floor, the muted clink of copper trays. the swish of fabric meant to be invisible. One of them coughs once, muffled too late. The silence after is heavier than the sound. You do not turn. Turning would acknowledge what must remain ignored. The Pharaoh shifts again. Your fan does not waver. The cloth beneath your fingers has absorbed the oil of your hands. It smells faintly of palm resin now, the scent of work, of repetition, of things used past their intended span, like you. The handle of the fan has a worn groove where your thumb fits perfectly. You don't know if it was always there or if your thumb carved it over time. The fan is not light, not as it was when you began, not after hours of motion without pause. It has become a piece of you, arm, bone, shadow. You do not control it so much as endure it. The rhythm owns you. It guides your breath, your posture, even the dull hum at the base of your skull. There are times when you wonder if you are still a person, or simply a breeze that takes shape when needed. Your mouth is still dry. You are not permitted to sip water in the chamber, not while standing here, not while being wind. The only thing allowed to move freely is the air itself, and even that, only in service. Somewhere beyond the door, you hear the distant clatter of amphorae. Someone tripped, perhaps. Perhaps not. It is not your concern. You are here. You are upright. You are quiet. That is your concern. The Pharaoh's breathing deepens. That is your cue. The breeze should soften now, become less persistent, more soothing. A whisper instead of a wave. You adjust. The fan changes like a bird adjusting its wings mid-flight, not flashy, just instinctual. No one taught you how to do this. You learned by watching others disappear. And now, you do it well. You are almost invisible. And invisibility, in this place, is a kind of safety. The hush within the chamber thickens, not with silence, but with something heavier. The weight of stillness pretending to be peace. You wonder how many have stood where you now stand. How many arms have risen and fallen in this exact rhythm. How many breaths have been given without being taken back. You are not the first. You will not be the last. You hear a soft shuffle, the kind only familiar feet make. A senior servant passes behind you, carrying something you are not allowed to look at. You see it only as a flicker on polished floor, the shadow of a vessel, round and shallow, balanced with care. The scent that follows is faintly sweet, honey and pressed figs maybe, or pounded dates soaked in wine. You do not turn, you do not swallow, you simply let the fan move. The Pharaoh breathes in, the Pharaoh breathes out. You adjust with each rise of his chest, aligning your rhythm to his, like a tide responding to the moon. His world is the center of this one, not because he asks for it, but because everyone has decided it must be so. Even gravity here bows. A single bead of sweat travels down your back, tracing your spine like a lazy insect. You feel it moving slowly, stopping now and again at the ridges of your vertebrae. You cannot move to wipe it. You cannot flinch. You let it fall into your waistband, and it disappears, like everything else you are not allowed to hold on to. There is a faint sound of laughter, not joyful, not loud. The kind of laughter that is only for those who don't need to explain themselves. It comes from the far side of the room, where nobles sit half reclined, sipping something you will never taste. You listen without listening. You know that even your ears are not entirely your own. You are a collector of sounds that must never be remembered. And still, the fan moves. It no longer feels like your arm doing the work. It is something else. Something born of repetition, of duty, of absence. You imagine what it would be like to stop, to let your hand fall and feel your own heartbeat return to you. But that is not for today, perhaps not for this life. Instead, you lean slightly into the motion, letting it guide you like a current, and you wait. The scent of lilies floats through the air now. Not from the garden, but from a polished bowl on the stone ledge, petals arranged by hands more careful than yours. They are for appearance, not for pleasure. Everything here is the fruit, the carvings, the linens draped in geometric folds, all gestures meant for eyes other than your own. You look at none of it, not directly, but you feel their shapes the way a blind man feels sunlight, by the heat and the silence that follows. You do not envy the Pharaoh, not exactly, but you wonder what his skin remembers. Does he recall the way the fan slows just slightly during mid-afternoon? Can he tell the difference between a breeze from your hand and one from another? Or do all servants blur into one long wind, faceless and obedient? Your fingers twitch, barely. The reed shifts with it. A gust brushes past the Pharaoh's cheek, and you freeze, unsure if it was too much. He does not move. The air stills again. You breathe, but shallowly. There is no punishment coming. Not now. But that doesn't mean safety. Fear, for someone like you, arrives without drama. It settles like ash, soft, constant, everywhere. Behind you, someone clears their throat. Not a cough, not illness. Just a reminder that others are watching. That eyes exist behind every veil and curtain. That stillness must be cultivated, even in the corners where shadows think they're alone. You let the motion resume, smoother this time, smoother than thought. Your shoulder burns, your wrist stiffens, but your face, your breath, your posture, they remain untouched. A statue gifted movement, and nothing more. In a forgotten recess of the ceiling, a beetle clicks its way across the stone. You hear it more clearly than the words of the nobleman, more clearly than the music that begins to hum in the corridor beyond. One soft click at a time, like footsteps from a world that isn't yours. And the fan continues, because it must. Somewhere far off, a flute begins to play, thin, reedy, like the last breath of a dying reed. It floats in through the lattice windows, winding over the sandstone tiles, like a lazy stream slipping beneath a door. The notes bend and sway, not for you, but you catch them anyway, tucked in the crease between your shoulder and your neck. You let the fan rise. You let the fan fall. The movement feels ancient, not just in your body, but in the memory of stone and sweat and breath, as if long before you, before your mother's mother, before the silt in your blood settled, there were other hands lifting reeds for other rulers, in rooms just like this one, with ceilings just as high and voices just as distant. And now, you are simply a link in a chain no one remembers building. The breeze you make no longer belongs to you. It travels forward into the stillness, across the Pharaoh's bare shoulder, past the gold band on his wrist, into a realm of comfort and silence so deep it becomes unreal. You wonder what it is like to sit in that space, to feel only the wind, not the one who gives it. Behind you, the walls seem to breathe. You feel them leaning in, listening. A whisper of linen shifts as a priest passes behind you. His sandals make no sound, but the smell of temple smoke clings to him, and it touches your nostrils like a memory of something never yours. Your eyes do not move. Your posture does not change. But inside, something folds, not breaks, folds, like papyrus pressed too many times in the same place. You think of your mat, of the way it smells in the early hours, still damp from your sweat. You think of the crack in the ceiling that lets moonlight fall directly onto your toes. You think of the goat, again, the one with the tilted ear and two knowing eyes, who always watches you like it's waiting for you to confess something. You let the fan rise. You let the fan fall. You wonder vaguely whether the Pharaoh dreams, and if so, whether his dreams are silent too. The fan has become an extension of your arms, your shoulders, your spine. It is no longer something you hold. It is something you are. A soft arc, a shifting breeze, the repetition of motion shaped by reverence, fear, and practice. The muscles in your arms hum like distant bees, not in protest but in weary agreement. They know this rhythm too well. There is a pulse in your fingertips that matches the sway of the fan's frame. Back and forth, back and forth. The cadence is older than your name. You don't look up. You don't need to. You feel the weight of the air shift in the chamber, feel the subtle draft skim over oiled skin and cool stone. The Pharaoh's breath grows more even. That is the only sign you'll ever be given. Behind you, sandals shift. A cough is swallowed. A guard's spear clicks lightly against his knee as he adjusts his stance. These sounds are not interruptions. They are part of the breath of this place, like the stirrings of the breeze outside or the slow groan of the palace wood settling under the desert's heat. And then a fly arrives. Bold and blundering, it dances near the Pharaoh's cheek. You move the fan with just enough sharpness to divert its path, a flick sharp enough to correct but not to startle. The fly vanishes again into the golden air, forgotten as quickly as it came. You exhale, slowly, through your nose. A victory. A silent one, like most of yours. Your legs ache. Your toes press into the mat for balance, the soles of your feet long since numbed from the stillness. But even pain is patient here. It waits for you to finish your duty before it demands to be acknowledged. It crouches in the arches of your feet. It coils behind your knees. But it does not strike. Not yet. Not while you are still seen, still expected to be the breeze itself. The scent in the air has changed. Incense, burned earlier, has curled itself into the stone walls. Now it thins, overpowered by sweat, sun, and the sickly sweetness of fruit left too long on the nearby tray. You know that scent. Rot pretending to be perfume. A scent that always means someone will be blamed when the flies grow too bold. You continue to fan. And the air, that is not yours to rest in, continues to move. Time does not pass in the way you remember it outside this chamber. Out there, the sun shifts across the stone. The goats bleat. The neighbor's boy trips over the same broken step every day. But in here, time loops like the fan's arc, suspended, circular, without edge or exit. You are neither early nor late. You are only here, fanning, breathing, not your own air. At some point, though when is impossible to say, a soft sound, like silk brushing against wood, signals that the Pharaoh is no longer seated. You do not look. That is not your role. You feel it in the shift of air, in the stillness left behind. His sandals scrape against the polished floor like dry leaves whisked by wind. Then silence. You do not stop until a different hand, older, rougher, rests on your shoulder. Permission, at last. Not in words, just pressure and release. You lower the fan. Your arms tremble from the sudden stillness, confused by the absence of motion. They ache, not just with pain, but with the memory of motion now denied. You step back into the shade, blend with the wall, become part of the stillness that always waits. Your breath is shallow, cautious. The fan is no longer in your hands, but its rhythm hums inside you still. Even now you feel the phantom sweep. Even now your spine is braced as if the breeze still depends on you. The chamber grows warmer without your motion. The air turns heavy again. But it is no longer your burden. You are dismissed, quietly, wordlessly. You bow just enough to be seen doing so, then retreat, past the sandals, past the spears, past the flickering brazier where the embers spit softly like whispers trying to be forgotten, down the corridor where your steps no longer echo, past the woven curtain that doesn't quite hide your corner of the world, back to the stone basin where water sits tepid and still, waiting for other hands. You sit. You stretch your fingers one by one. They do not feel like yours anymore. You place them on your lap, palms up, as if hoping the breeze you gave might return to visit you. But the air here is still, and warm, and yours alone. And in that silence, you listen. To the brush of linen drying on a line. To the murmur of your brother's sleep breath behind the thin reed wall. To the goat outside, chewing something it shouldn't, to your own heartbeat, slow and steady, and to the air, heavy now, pressing gently against your cheek, not asking anything more of you. Not for now. Not tonight. Not until the fan rises again. The stone beneath your feet is cool before the sun finds its way in. You stand barefoot in a room that smells of nothing yet, though soon it will be thick with scent, layers of it, woven like gauze around your breath. There is quiet here for now, the kind that hums rather than rests, that breathes behind the walls and watches you without ever speaking. A thin light trickles in through the slatted opening near the ceiling, slicing the dust into golden ribbons. You do not look up. You are not meant to. The jars await you, lined neatly along the low shelf like sleeping mouths. They are sealed with wax and cloth and expectation. Each one bears the markings of its content, though you do not need the ink. You know them by shape, by the way they lean against one another like old friends with secrets. You crouch beside them, the weight of your knees pressing into the stone. Your fingers are still raw from the cloth folding yesterday, but they move carefully now, like dancers too old to leap but too practiced to stumble. The wax peels away in curled flakes. The lid resists you just slightly. A nudge, then a sigh. The scent rises slowly, first bitter, then floral, then something you cannot name, something ancient and soft, like a memory you never made but somehow feel. You hold your breath without meaning to. The perfume is not for you. None of it is. You are only the one who touches it, measures it, warms it in your palms until it yields. It is always like this, handling beauty with a body that is not allowed to keep it. Behind you, the echo of another servant's footsteps fades. Someone sweeping, someone carrying, someone also pretending not to notice that the incense brazier is cold today. You are alone in your corner, with your jars and your silence and your task. You reach for the mortar. It's smooth with years of use, its lip rubbed to a soft curve by hands like yours, over and over again, until even the stone gave in. Into it, you drop dried petals, blue lotus mostly, a few shavings of cassia bark, a pinch of something dark and crumbly, older than the last season, yet still potent. You grind slowly, not for speed, but for texture, for the sound of friction, for the weight of repetition. The pestle is warm in your hand, like a stone left out in the sun. The scent rises again, thicker this time. It wraps around your wrist, clings beneath your nails. It's always like this. The perfume finds you before it finds the noble's skin. You become its first vessel, though no one says it, though you are meant to forget that it touched you first. There is a breeze, barely there, slipping beneath the doorway like a guilty thought. It carries with it the smell of dust and goat hair and other people's mornings. It's out there, waiting. The day with its duties and instructions and the chance of being scolded for something you almost did wrong. But in here, there is still this, scent and shadow and quiet. The quiet you learn to shape like clay. The quiet you turn into armor. You move the paste into a small bowl. Your fingers are coated now, golden brown and glistening. You could wipe them on your cloth, but you don't. Not yet. You lift your hand slightly and inhale. Not because you desire it, not because it belongs to you, but because it's there, and you are here. And this is one of the few things that doesn't require permission. The bowl in your hands is shallow, delicate, shaped like a crescent moon dipped too low in the river. You carry it carefully, balancing its weight like you were taught. Not too high, not too close to your chest. A trembling surface is a poor reflection of loyalty. One spill, and the floor remembers more than your name. The corridor to the upper chambers is shaded, yet warm, always warm. The kind of warmth that doesn't announce itself, but waits behind your knees, beneath your arms, at the nape of your neck, where sweat gathers slowly like dew on a forgotten leaf. Your feet make soft sounds against the floor, neither slippered nor bare, cloth-wrapped in the servant's silence. You pass through the second arch, where the scent of the feast from earlier still hangs in the air, figs and garlic and a honey glaze left to soak into the stone. Your hands grip the bowl tighter. The scent in your fingers must not be overpowered. You are carrying beauty, not dinner. Oh. The noble's chamber is not grand. It is merely larger than yours. It holds more pillows than bodies, more cloth than warmth, and silence of a different kind, one stitched with entitlement, stretched between lazy yawns and half-heard sighs. She does not look at you as you kneel. Her arms are outstretched, elbows bent, wrists limp in expectation, the way people lie still for a ritual they don't understand but still insist upon. Her skin is paler than yours, softer, polished like a story retold too many times. You dip 2 fingers into the bowl and begin. Your fingers do not tremble anymore. They used to, in the beginning, when your thoughts were louder than your breath, when you flinched at the thought of getting it wrong. But now they glide, slow and even, across a collarbone that rises with sleep-heavy breath. You press gently behind the ears, where the scent will linger longest, at the inner wrist, where blood runs closest to surface, at the hollow of her throat, where power is worn like jewelry. She murmurs something, not a word, not meant for you. Perhaps a memory, perhaps a complaint, perhaps nothing at all. You pretend not to hear. That too is part of the ritual. You cannot help but notice the way the oil shines on her skin, how it catches the light like something sacred, how it makes her glow with something not quite human. And you know, with the quiet ache of knowing too much, that it is your hands that gave her that glow, your preparation, your mixture, your warmth. But no one will ever say that aloud. It is not part of the story she will tell of herself. When the bowl is nearly empty, you press the last bit of oil onto her temples, drawing it out in delicate lines, symbols you cannot speak, shapes that were not taught, only inherited from watching others who watched others before them. You know them by feel. They live in your fingertips now. She exhales, slow and heavy, and her face shifts toward sleep. You rise, collecting the bowl like a secret you're not supposed to know. The scent is stronger on you now than on her. You can feel it clinging, under your nails, in the webbing between fingers, in the folds of your knuckles. No washing will take it away completely. It will trail behind you through the corridor. It will sit with you during your next task. It will follow you back to the servants' quarters. Even when you lie down on your mat at night, it will be there, on your pillow, in your breath. A reminder, a mark, a presence. Not a blessing, not exactly, but not nothing either. You return the bowl to its shelf and wipe your hands with a cloth that smells of lavender and old sweat. It is too thin to absorb much. The oil stays. You don't fight it. Someone passes by behind you. A cough, a limp, a whisper of footstep. You don't turn. You don't need to. The building is filled with people who live like echoes. You've learned how to be one of them. The scent clings, and now that your task is done, you begin to notice how differently it sits on you. On her, it smelled like leisure, like luxury, like the kind of beauty that doesn't have to earn itself. On you, it smells like labor, like patience, like the kind of care no one sees unless it falters. It weaves between your own skin and your sweat, until you are no longer sure where the perfume ends and your own scent begins. You walk back through the corridor, hands held slightly away from your body, not for show, not out of habit, but because the oil still hasn't dried, not fully, and you know better than to stain another wall, another robe, another reason to be scolded for leaving fingerprints where only shadows are welcome. At the end of the hallway, the stone cools. A single breeze stirs the edge of a linen curtain. and you pause there, letting the air kiss your wrists. Not enough to cool, not enough to dry, but enough to remind you that air exists outside this place. That wind still moves where you are not. You breathe it in, a breath not meant for anyone, not offered, not taken, just yours. Another servant brushes past you. She does not stop, does not speak. Her arms are filled with folded cloth, and her steps are quick, precise, rehearsed. You wonder what her hands smell like. Probably vinegar, maybe soap root, never lotus. The bowls are washed at the edge of the courtyard, not the beautiful courtyard, not the one with carved pillars and dancing girls and petals scattered for show. No, the washing courtyard is a square of sun-stained stone where water runs sluggishly through cracked channels, and the basins are old enough to remember servants who served servants before you. You kneel beside one now, placing your bowl gently among the others. A scrape, a soft clink, nothing loud. Your knees meet the ground with the kind of surrender your body no longer fights. A familiar ache flares beneath your kneecaps, that dull, constant reminder that you do not belong to yourself. The water is tepid, not hot, never cold. It smells faintly of clay and leaves and something metallic that no one speaks of. You swirl the bowl once, watching the last swirl of perfume mix with dust and vanish like breath into silence. You reach for the rough cloth, always damp, always fraying, always there, and begin to wipe the insides of the bowl. It's an old rhythm, this movement, circular, steady, unthinking, a kind of prayer in muscle memory. You clean because that is what's left when everything else has already been given away. The scent fades more here, just a little, just enough that you have to lean closer to catch it. It's strange how long perfume lingers after touch is gone, as if the oil remembers longer than the skin does, as if beauty has its own memory, and it prefers not to forget who carried it. You place the bowl upside down on the shelf to dry, and your hands hang still in the air for a moment, suspended between usefulness and nothing. You stare at them, oiled, lined, drying. These are the same hands that once fumbled with papyrus when you were young, that were wrapped by a teacher's stick when your grip on the reed pen was crooked. The same hands that carried your sister's sandals when her foot was broken, that pulled reeds from the river, that learned to braid, to fold, to wrap, to stir, to squeeze. These hands do not belong to you anymore, but you remember when they did. You rub your palms together softly, not to clean, not to warm, but simply to feel the friction. The oil makes the skin smooth, almost slick, like two pieces of silk meeting in the dark. It is not unpleasant, but it is not entirely yours either. And there, just there, between your fingers, is a whisper of scent, still clinging. You leave the washing courtyard slowly, with steps that don't quite echo. The stone is worn smooth from centuries of passage, and the sound of your soles against it is more hush than footfall. A softened scuff, a tired slide, the kind of movement meant to be forgotten as soon as it's made. The sun is still high, but it does not touch you here. These corridors are lined in gloom, not the kind that frightens, just the kind that dims. Shadows hang like curtains. They mute everything. Color, voice, thought. Even the scent that lingers on your hands now seems quieter, as if it knows better than to raise its head here. Still present, still perfumed, but hushed, like a secret you no longer mind keeping. You pass a wall that's warmer than the air around it. Sun has soaked into the stone, and it radiates that warmth back in slow exhales, like something breathing through ancient lungs. You touch it, just barely, with the back of your hand, the one that doesn't carry the oil as strongly. A small indulgence, a little warmth that doesn't cost anything, a softness that asks nothing in return. Far ahead, someone drops a tray. A scatter of sound rings out, sharp metal against hard tile. and for a moment the silence collapses into clamor. You flinch, but you do not stop walking. Everyone around you flinches too, and then no one speaks of it. The tray is gathered. The clang fades. The hush returns. That is how things go here. Your fingers twitch, unbidden. Some echo of the noise still trapped in the bones of your hands. You rub your palms together again, this time not for comfort, but for reassurance. To remind yourself of the perfume. To anchor yourself to the thing that lingers. Because perfume cannot be dropped, cannot clang. It is soft. It stays. You are sent to the servant quarters again, not your own. This time to fetch a piece of fabric. Not linen, but goat wool, woven in narrow loops. Rougher than what the nobles will touch, but finer than anything your family would ever afford. It has been set aside to wrap the perfume bowls for transport, though no one tells you why. You fold it gently, carefully, into a padded pouch, and for a brief moment, you hold softness in both hands. And still, beneath it, there is perfume. By the time you return to your corner, the scent has traveled. It's not just on your fingers anymore. It lives in the creases of your elbows, behind your ears, near the neck where your own sweat collects. You are slowly being swallowed by it, not unpleasantly, but completely. A small part of you wonders if this is what it feels like to be the body they perfume. Not the one who oils, but the one who is oiled. To be touched only for beauty. To be noticed only when adorned. You wonder if they ever stop smelling like the things they didn't put on themselves. The mat you sit on is coarse. Someone else's knees have left impressions in it. The scent follows you here too. You try not to touch your face, but you do, briefly. And when you do, the perfume greets your lip like a ghost of something sacred. You do not taste it, not quite, but it lives just near the edge of taste, like a memory of sweetness, or a flower seen only from the corner of the eye. You settle into the corner. Another servant coughs behind the far wall. The goat is asleep again, or pretending to be, as it always does when there's work nearby. Your sibling shifts against the stone, murmuring nonsense to someone who only exists in dreams. And you? You sit with your hands resting loosely in your lap, palms up, scent rising. The bowl is washed. The oils are gone. But your body remembers. The scent remains. Tomorrow there will be new bowls, new perfumes, another scent to carry. But for now, there is only this one. Lotus and myrrh. And hands that will carry this ghost of sweetness until even breath forgets it was ever anything more than memory. The scent of yesterday still clings to your palms, a mixture of warm oil and pressed linen, though you've washed them more times than you can count. You feel it under your fingernails as you press your hands together to steady the bowl you've been told not to drop. Somewhere on your wrist is a mark from where the rim pressed too hard this morning, and you've been feeling the memory of that pressure ever since, as if the clay left behind something heavier than its weight. You're not told where you're going. You're just told to follow. And so you do, quietly, with the bowl balanced in your hands and your eyes pointed to the path between your feet. You don't look up. You don't need to. You know the path by its rhythm. Left past the cracked cistern, a breath longer beside the wall that always bleeds salt from its seams, and then the cool corridor where your breath draws in like it's inside a jar. Round, still, waiting. This is not your usual route. You know that because the steps echo differently, not in the wide stone way of the servant halls where everything smells of cooked porridge and damp mats, but in the clipped hush of polished floors, the kind you're not supposed to leave footprints on. You walk lighter, toes curled within your sandals, trying to remember if your soles are clean enough, trying to remember if the last thing you did was enough. You keep your eyes down, but the light changes. There's a glow here that doesn't belong to the sun. It seeps in sideways from an opening you're not allowed to see. Golden, filtered through something that makes it ripple, like water through cloth. You try not to stare at it, but you do. For half a breath, no longer. Your head stays lowered, but your eyes flick upward. And that is enough. It is not a room. It is not a hall. It is not a place people go. It is presence. That's the only word your bones know how to form. A place where air feels watched, where stone leans in to listen, where colors are too heavy to look at and too quiet to speak. It is a space painted with silence and filled with something older than your name. You have only seen the edge, not even the full threshold, just enough to feel it, enough to know that your body does not belong here, that your feet do not belong on these tiles, that your breath is too loud, too living. You feel it in your chest, not awe exactly, but something that unspools the tighter parts of you, a sense of falling upward, as if gravity has forgotten which direction is down. You do not understand what is in there, but you know it is not for you. The bowl in your hands feels heavier now. Not physically, not really, but you hold it closer to your body, as if to anchor yourself, as if to remind the wind that you are not trying to fly where you shouldn't. You are just here to sweep, or pour, or carry. You are just here to serve. Your steps grow smaller as you pass by the opening. You do not pause, but your bones do. They pause and mark this moment like a scratch in soft stone. You will dream of this later, though in your dreams the colors will shift and the columns will speak in echoes you cannot understand. A shadow moves along the floor beside you. Someone important. Someone whose voice is used in full sentences. Someone who never looks down when they walk. You step aside without thinking, pressing your back gently to the wall. Bowl held with reverence now, not just caution. The figure does not look at you. Of course they don't. Their footsteps carry a kind of smoothness that yours have never learned. And just like that, the glow is gone. The moment passes. The corridor turns. The air changes. You're taken to a smaller room, where everything smells like crushed cedar and powdered stone. You place the bowl where told, hands steady now, but heart still ticking too loud in your throat. You nod. You step back. You vanish the way you were taught to. You return the same way, but everything feels slightly tilted now, as if your world has been nudged a degree off its axis. You know better than to speak of what you saw. You know better than to think of it too much. But you will. You will carry it in your thoughts like a coal wrapped in cloth. You will hold it warm and hidden and let it light only the darkest corners of your mind. And when someone asks what took so long, you will shrug. You will mention the spilled water or the man with the cane who blocked the way. You will not mention the light. You will not mention the way your breath caught when you passed the columns that felt like they were looking back. You return to the tasks that belong to you. You scrub the floors that do not glow. You wash linens with frayed edges. You slice dried figs into too small pieces and wonder if there will be any left for you. The day folds back into its shape. The ache behind your eyes returns. The cut on your thumb splits again. But beneath it all, just underneath the rhythm of footsteps and orders and swallowed sighs, there it is. A single image that does not fade. A place you almost saw. A silence you almost understood. A glimpse that belonged to no one, not even you. You do not speak of the hall, but you think of it when your fingers are submerged in the laundry trough and the water turns gray with old sweat. You think of it when you are lifting baskets of grain that make your spine hum and your knees tingle with that familiar, dull ache. You think of it most when you are alone, not truly alone, but as alone as a servant can ever be, hiding for a moment behind the storage jars, pretending to organize things that don't need organizing, pretending not to breathe too deeply so no one knows you're resting. That flicker of golden light, it wasn't just brightness. It had a texture, like brushed linen warmed in the sun, or old oil rubbed into the grain of a cedar chest. A quiet richness, a hush, as though the air there had weight, but not the kind that presses, the kind that settles. You wonder how many others have seen what you saw, if others who serve have passed by it, like you, if any have dared to look longer. You imagine a whole hidden language of glances and silence, of stolen glimpses and unspoken reverence, a secret that no one tells but everyone carries. There is a woman who washes cloth in the courtyard near the palace walls. You've seen her before, always with the same distant expression, always wringing out linen as if the folds held some kind of riddle. You catch her eye one day, just for a second, as you cross the courtyard with a tray of sour pomegranate wine. And in that second, there is recognition. You don't speak. You don't nod. But it's there. She's seen it too. The sacred places are not yours. You know this. You are not a priest. You are not adorned in the scented powders that grant access, not wrapped in the fine layers that grant forgiveness. Your skin is scrubbed raw but not blessed. Your hands are busy but never clean enough. And yet, some part of you is marked now. Not visibly, not outwardly. But you feel different in the corridors. You listen more carefully to the echoes. You find yourself moving more gently, more deliberately, as if your limbs remember the silence and do not want to disturb it again. You polish the same jars as always. You sweep the same steps. You fold the same cloth, trace the same cracks in the same walls with the same eyes that saw too much and not enough. The routine holds you like a net, and yet, beneath it, something floats. One day you are told to clean the floors outside the hall again. Not inside, never inside. Just the outer passage where dust has dared to gather. You do not answer. You simply go, as always. You gather your brush, your rag, the worn cloth you wrap around your knees so they don't scrape against the cold tile. You do not look toward the threshold this time, not directly, but your body remembers it. Your knees bend more carefully. Your cloth strokes the floor more slowly, as if the stone might speak if you listened long enough. There is a warmth in the air again, not from the sun, but from something more settled, something older. As you scrub the edges of a tile, your fingers find a faint groove. Not a crack, not quite. Just a depression worn by centuries of footsteps. You press your thumb into it and feel the smoothness. It's the kind of place someone once knelt, or bowed, or maybe just stood long enough for their presence to stay. You pause, just for a breath, then return to the scrubbing. When you finish, no one notices. No one thanks you. No one should. You collect your things and step away, eyes low, gait steady. But you leave part of yourself there. Not a piece anyone can see. Just a small, soft thread of awareness, like breath left in cold air. That night, your sleep is shallow. The mat is hard beneath your spine, and the voices in the neighboring rooms are restless. A cough here, a muttered word there. The quiet shift of a child trying to find comfort in straw that doesn't yield. But through it all, in the weave between waking and drifting, you find it again. That light, that silence, that space too wide for names. You don't dream of walking through it. You dream only of standing still, of feeling the presence of something vast, something sacred, something that does not see you, but does not turn away. The days stretch forward as they always have, marked by the sun and the scold of your superiors, by the thud of amphorae set down too hard, and the dry sting of linen against sore skin. But something has shifted. You are still a servant. You still bruise like a servant and sweat like one, and count the remaining days of the moon, only because it tells you when your duties change. But something underneath that, quieter, smaller, has become yours. You do not speak of it, not even to the girl who shares your sleeping space, and sometimes hums in her dreams. Not even when the others gossip in low voices about the priest who fell ill, or about how someone saw the High One leave the chamber looking older than before. You do not join in, you just listen. Your silence now feels heavier, but not burdensome. Just full. There's something in the way your fingers brush a carved threshold now, how your eyes track the curling line of incense smoke as it drifts upward into an open sky. You still lower your head when told, still move when beckoned, still bite your tongue when too many orders come too quickly. But inside your body, in some space between your ribs and your spine, something is still kneeling. Even in moments of frustration, when the floor must be rewashed for a spill that wasn't yours, when a cloth is yanked from your grip because it wasn't folded quite right, you find yourself pulling your thoughts back to that space, not out of joy, not to escape, but just to remember. As if memory itself is a kind of shelter, a shaded alcove where no one else enters. You sweep the hallway again one afternoon, not the sacred one, but the one that curves nearby, where carved lotus petals bloom across the wall like frozen breath. As you pass a shallow niche, your eye catches something, not a light this time, but a voice, not words, but a tone, a rising and falling rhythm that leaks from the chamber, the low murmur of ceremony, of names you are not allowed to know. And suddenly, the air feels thick again. You move slower. You aren't supposed to be listening, but there is no stopping the ear from hearing. So you hear. You hear the cadence of reverence. You hear the way silence punctuates meaning. And you hear, or think you do, the sound of feet shifting on polished stone, the sound of hands lifting something weightless and holy, the sound of absence made audible. A breeze moves past you, though the corridor is still. It brushes your cheek like the breath of someone who has just spoken a truth too sacred to repeat. You keep your hands busy. That is important. If anyone looks, you must be seen cleaning. But inside, you're holding still again. Not your body moves, but the part of you that saw the light. That part kneels again. The ceremony fades. The silence returns. You finish your task. But when you walk away, the rhythm of that not quite heard chant plays beneath your ribs like a drum made of memory. It keeps time with your steps. And later, when you eat your supper of lentils and flatbread in the lower courtyard, you chew in rhythm with it. You do not realize this until you pause mid-bite and feel it continue in your teeth. You do not know what it means. You do not need to. Not all knowledge is given. Some is simply endured. That night, long after the oil lamps have burned low and the breath of your quarters has softened into sleep, you lie awake. Not fully. Just enough. Just enough to feel the ache behind your eyes and the sting of grit still trapped beneath your nails. Just enough to hear the soft wheeze of the old woman's sleep nearby, the faint rustle of someone turning over, the scratch, scratch, scratch of a rat behind the cracked plaster wall, persistent as regret. Your back is sore in all the ways it always is. Your legs curl the way they always do. But something in you won't fold. Your eyes remain open in the dark, not because you want them to, but because some part of you is still inside that sacred hall, still listening to the silence between murmured invocations, still breathing air touched by ancient things. And in the dark, in that breathless space between sleep and sorrow, your memory begins to distort the moment, not falsify it, but stretch it. The hall becomes larger, the light becomes softer, the gold more burnished, the hush more perfect. The truth slips its skin and becomes myth inside your head. And part of you wishes it would stop, wishes your body could simply return to its body and leave the sacred where it belongs. But part of you clings to it, like its warmth, like its hunger, like it's something yours in a world where nothing is. By morning, the memory has dulled but not vanished. It clings faintly, in the crease where your tunic gathers, in the way your hands move more deliberately now when folding cloth or pouring water. The other servants do not notice. Why would they? You look the same. You mutter the same. You obey the same. But you've begun to see things differently. Not everything. Just the floor. You've started noticing how uneven it really is. How each stone tile carries a chip or an imperfection or a stain that no scrubbing has ever fully erased. You start watching how the light catches on those blemishes at different times of day, how shadows pool in the grooves. You begin to sweep differently, not faster or slower, but with attention, as if the dust knows something you don't, as if, in clearing it, you're erasing and revealing at the same time. The others talk around you. They joke sometimes about which priests have the softest hands, which nobles leave the biggest messes. They argue over shifts, over rations, over whether the dates were sweeter last season. You listen without joining. You laugh when it's safe to laugh. You nod when expected. But inwardly, you are still somewhere else, still kneeling on cool stone, watching the shimmer of incense rising like a thought no one dared speak aloud. And though you will never be summoned to that hall again, not in the days that follow, not in the moons that change, not even when another servant falls ill or another ceremony is called, you carry that glimpse like a secret stone tucked into your tunic hem, invisible, weighty, not for anyone else. You are still a servant. You still do not speak unless spoken to. You still hold jugs that are heavier than your arms would like, and scrub stains that will never disappear. But something has been placed in your chest. Not pride. You are not allowed that. Not hope. That is too dangerous. Just a sliver of something still, something sacred, a glimpse, and that is enough. Sometimes it hums in your breath as you sleep. Sometimes it presses softly against your bones as you carry the chamber pot down the hall. Sometimes it's nothing more than a tremble in your hand as you pour a wash basin for someone who will never learn your name, but it is always there. And when the world grows too loud, the shouting, the rushing, the commands too many to hold in your head at once, you return to it. You kneel in memory. You listen to silence. You hold still. The sacred is not a place. It is the pause between tasks. It is the breath you take when no one is watching. It is the whisper in your ribs that tells you, quietly, stubbornly, that even the lowest hand has touched eternity once. And it lingers, like dust, like breath, like a dream that fades, but never leaves. The corridor air still hums faintly with the rhythm of commands that no longer echo. The shouting has stopped, the feet have passed, and the clatter of bronze bowls has retreated into the distance, where it can no longer press itself against your temples. For the first time in hours, you feel alone. Not in the frightening way, but in the quiet way that only happens when no one is looking for you. That soft kind of alone, like the moment between the last breath of a song and the first note of another. You don't remember how long it has been since you felt this invisible. You walk without urgency, which is strange. Your body moves like it doesn't know how to not hurry, so it stumbles into a slower rhythm awkwardly, as if slowness is unfamiliar and must be worn in like new sandals. You take a long way through the corridor's edge, past a cracked pillar where no one ever stands watch, toward the back of the granary where the walls lean with the weight of sun-baked years. You've discovered a narrow corner there, not truly hidden, just neglected. And in a life like yours, neglected places are treasures. Your fingers brush the crumbling edge of the mudbrick wall, and dust coats your skin like old flour. You sit, carefully, between two amphorae that smell of old barley and damp linen. Here, the air is different, stiller, warmer. It smells of straw, sweat, and the breath of long-dead workers. And for just a moment, no one calls your name. No one barks orders. The world exhales through a crack in the roof above, and you let yourself melt into the stone beneath you. One more quiet shape in the forgotten corner of a busy place. It takes time to slow your thoughts. They don't know how to be still either. They chase after Pharaoh's sandals, after the hiss of an overseer's tongue, after the wrong kind of silence in the wrong hallway. Even now, they press at the inside of your skull like servants of their own. But the heat helps, and the stillness. You close your eyes, not to sleep. No, not here, not now, but to lean inward, where the sun can't follow. Inside your mind, the noise begins to unravel like linen being unspooled. There is room now, in this hour that belongs to no one, to think of nothing in particular. The wall behind you is sun-warmed, and you lean into it just enough to feel its solidity, not enough to mark your linen with dust. You've learned to carry stillness like a cloak, not draped, but woven in. It's a practiced thing, this quiet. Not silence, not quite. More like a kind of deliberate fading. You slow your breathing. You count the birds outside by their shadows on the wall, not their songs. The sound of the breeze sifting through the grain sacks is soft, but it scrapes the edge of your awareness like a dull blade on skin. Somewhere not far away, a child coughs once. That shallow barking sound of someone too young to be tired, but too poor not to be. A door creaks. A pot clinks. Someone mutters something about figs, but none of it is about you. That's the miracle. For this brief stretch of time, you are neither needed nor noticed. You exist not as a servant, but as breath, as dust, as one small human shape curled against a wall that has seen thousands like you pass and vanish. You glance at your palms. The lines in them are dry and dark with days of work you haven't had time to rinse away. The skin is cracked at the fold of your thumb, where the bucket handles always bite deepest. You stretch your fingers and listen to the joints whisper. Not pain, not yet. Just a reminder that these hands are not yours alone. They belong to duties, to trays, to rags, to floors, to sandals not your own. But right now, for this minute, they rest. One cupped over the other, like they're holding something too light to be seen. And in this small hollow of nothingness, your mind wanders. It doesn't reach for joy. That's too sharp, too ambitious. It wanders toward less dangerous things. The feeling of cool water between toes, the smell of fig leaves burning in the brazier, the memory of the old dog who used to follow your brother before the beetle carts ran it over. Your memories don't arrive clean. They drag sand with them. But even the rough edges feel soft in this forgotten hour. Somewhere to your left, beyond the crumbling corner where the plaster has peeled back to reveal straw, you hear a fly trap itself in a cobweb. The frantic buzz begins, stutters, and then stops. You do not turn your head. The stillness is too delicate to disturb with motion. Your body has learned, over seasons of servitude, that sometimes movement invites obligation. If you shift, someone may see you. If you sigh too loudly, someone may remember a chore. So you stay as you are, wrapped in slowness, breathing as though even your lungs know not to call attention. The granary wall beside you is warm and alive with memory. The clay has held the press of other backs before yours. Boys like you, girls older than you, women with quiet hearts and dust-worn sandals. The wall knows your ache. It offers no comfort, only a shared stillness, which is all you can ask for. You lean into it more fully now, your shoulder blades settling into the grooves where someone else once did the same. There is a strange comfort in being forgettable. No one will come here looking for you. Not for a few more minutes. And so the thoughts come slower now. They are not memories exactly, but fragments, the way the servant from the outer kitchens hums when no one is near, the way your own stomach sounds when you've eaten too much lentil mash, the soft rhythm of your mother's thumb rubbing the back of your neck when you were a child, too small to carry jugs. You remember her breath against your cheek, not her words, just the warmth, the weight of her silence, like yours now. Time stretches in this corner. It doesn't pass. It lingers, like steam from a pot that's been pulled too early from the fire. You don't know how long you've been here. That's part of the beauty. In a life measured by tasks and scoldings and footsteps and names barked into heat, this moment floats above it all like dust motes in sunbeam light. Suspended. Unclaimed. The silence doesn't last forever. It never does. But for now, it is thick and slow, like syrup cooling in a cracked clay bowl. You stay within it, beneath it, part of it. Somewhere above, a cartwheel creaks on uneven stone. A voice calls out, muffled by distance and walls. It is not your name. You don't flinch. The shade wraps itself tighter around your ankles. You let it. A lazy breeze curls around the granary's edge, carrying the scent of ground grain and the sharper undertone of sweat-dried linen. It slides over your skin with the softness of worn papyrus, not refreshing but familiar, and that's enough. You shift one foot slightly, just enough to press the arch into a patch of warm soil. The earth gives, then holds. It does not resist you. You hear a pigeon flutter down onto the edge of the storage roof. It coos once, then settles into the hush. The granary, like all things old and made to store life, has a rhythm. It breathes heat in, sighs grain dust out. You sit within that rhythm, not moving, not thinking. Just a servant shaped like stillness, tucked into a seam the day has forgotten to mend. This is the middle of the world. Not the feast, not the temple, not the rush of serving hands. Just here, with your spine against heat-baked wall, your fingers tracing nothing in the sand beside you. A goat bleats somewhere in the distance, the same one who always stares too long, as if it knows more than it should. Maybe it does. Maybe it's watching you now, just out of sight, eyes squinting in judgment or boredom. You don't look. Let it stare. You're not moving. The edge of the moment begins to fray. You can feel it. The way silence starts to stretch too thin. The way your name begins to echo faintly in the distance. Not yet called, but almost. You inhale, slowly, as if that might delay the inevitable. You press the backs of your fingers to the wall beside you, and it hums with stored heat. Not a song, not a voice. Just the steady language of stone that has known too many suns and tells no secrets. You let it speak into your bones. The warmth spreads up your arm like syrup poured slowly from a high jar. It doesn't chase the ache away. It just makes the ache quieter. Around the corner, someone coughs. Not the harsh kind that demands water, but the dry, resigned one that simply exists. Part of the body's way of saying, I'm still here. You know that cough. You know whose it is. You don't call out. In the quiet, no one belongs to anyone. A shadow passes across your foot, just for a moment. A bird, maybe. Or time itself. The dust at your side stirs and settles again. You think about the weight of air. It's not something you've ever tried to measure before, but today it feels like it has weight. It presses gently on your shoulders. It rests in the hollow of your collarbone. It sits just behind your eyes, not heavy, not light, just there. You flex your toes, one at a time, inside their cracked sandals. They do not thank you. They have become part of the leather by now, or maybe the leather has become part of you. It is hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. Your breath catches the scent of crushed straw, sun-warmed stone, and the faintest trace of the oil that soaked into your skin that morning, still clinging to the base of your palm like a memory that forgot how to fade. You hold that scent for a moment. It is not sweet. It is not bitter. It simply is. And that's all you ask of anything these days. You do not move, but you are not still. The breath still rises. The skin still feels. The thoughts, though softened, still curl and drift like smoke escaping a low fire. Somewhere beyond the wall, feet move over gravel. They are not coming for you. Not yet. You let them pass. You let them fade. Your hand moves to your lap without instruction. A dry kernel of grain clings to the crease of your palm. You don't know how long it has been there. Minutes, maybe hours. You roll it between two fingers, slowly, like a prayer. The texture is sharp, almost cruel in its clarity. You consider swallowing it, just to feel something deliberate. But instead you place it gently onto the dirt beside you. Let it be forgotten in peace. Far above, the sky shifts again, not by color, but by feeling. The air tightens slightly, as if drawing breath of its own, anticipating the bell of the hour that will call you back. Not yet. Not yet. You stay folded into the shade, listening for nothing. A fly lands on your wrist. Its feet are lighter than dust. You watch it clean its legs, unbothered by your existence. When it leaves, it does not thank you. Somewhere, linen flaps on a line. Somewhere, water is poured. Somewhere, a whisper is shared too low to hear. All of it happens without you, and somehow that is a relief. The world keeps moving. You are allowed this pause. Your back begins to ache again, the curve of your spine pressed into rough stone. But the ache is gentle, familiar. It reminds you that you are real, even if only to yourself. The quiet here is not empty. It holds weight, like arms, like breath, like sleep before sleep comes. The silence stretches, but not in defiance. It is not rebellious to rest, not if no one sees. It is only dangerous when witnessed. Here, with the wall at your back and dust for company, your stillness becomes a kind of invisibility, the kind you almost enjoy. You tilt your head just slightly to the side, and the light shifts across your closed eyelids. Not golden now, but gray and warm, like the belly of an old cat sleeping in the sun. The heat has dulled to something tolerable, not gone, but softened at the edges. You feel it rising from the stones beneath you, a reminder that the world remembers warmth, even if you forget how it feels. A breeze slips around the corner, carrying with it the dry scent of ground herbs and worn sweat. Someone nearby is working, grinding, lifting, maybe whispering curses into their palms as they count out tasks. You do not move. You are not included in that moment, and you cling to that exclusion like a secret. Somewhere deeper in the compound, laughter erupts and vanishes just as quickly, too brief to be joy, too sharp to be kindness. It leaves a hollow behind, like footsteps leaving the last room in a house. Your eyes remain closed, not out of fatigue, but because sight would break this spell. You listen instead to the small orchestra of the unnoticed, the faint rattle of a clay pot being set down, the creak of papyrus rope shifting under strain, the soft complaint of a bird who has found no shade. You do not belong to those sounds, but they surround you just the same. This, you think, though the thought is barely formed, this is what hours are made of. Not bells or duties or footsteps echoing down hallways, but these pauses in between, the soft ache of your thighs where they meet the ground, the stickiness beneath your knees, the single curl of hair clinging to your temple with dried sweat. All of it forgettable, but not forgotten. And there, somewhere far across the walls and halls, someone calls a name. Not yours, not this time, but next time perhaps. The corner gives you what the world does not rest exactly, but a pause, like a breath held before the plunge back into obligation. You stay there until your legs begin to tingle, until your back reminds you that stones were not shaped for comfort, until the shade begins to drift away, and the line between refuge and exposure thins. When you finally rise, it's not out of urgency. There is no summons, just the quiet understanding that stillness cannot last. You brush the dust from your hands, though it clings stubbornly, settling into the lines of your skin as if it too has nowhere else to be. Your fingers smell faintly of dried earth and sun-warmed sweat, of old wood and the inside of a basket. of what it means to be useful. As you move back into the courtyard, the air feels different, not cooler, but clearer, as if the space between things has shifted. A few other servants pass by, heads lowered, feet purposeful. You nod without nodding. They do the same. Time has returned. You do not mark it with a sigh or a word. You simply return to the current that carries you, toward the next task, the next hallway, the next silence. You carry the stillness with you, tucked behind your ribs, hidden where no one will look. And as the granary wall fades behind you, the dust of your brief disappearance still lingers in the light, stirring softly, then settling, as if you were never there at all. The quiet from behind the granary wall lingers in your bones longer than it should. It coats your breath, slows your limbs, makes the return to duty feel like stepping back into sunlight after staring too long at shadow. You carry it with you as you walk, barefoot across warm stone, the dust clinging to your skin like a second, more honest garment. No one notices the silence you bring. No one asks where you've been. You arrive at the storehouse just before the sun turns harsh. The air smells of husks and stale things, dry rot, ancient grain, and the oil rubbed into the beams to keep the termites from feasting. There is no wind in here, only warmth with no generosity. It presses against you like a weighted shroud, and your tunic sticks to the small of your back before you've even begun. You do not question why this task is yours. You rarely question anything. The measure of your day is not in fairness or favor, but in how many blinks it takes to finish a job. The scales are ready. The ledgers are open. The baskets sit in their usual line, like mute mouths waiting to be filled. The scribe who oversees the count does not speak to you. He rarely does. His world is papyrus and tally marks, while yours is baskets and bruises. He gives you a nod that means now, and you begin the work of measuring another man's wealth. You scoop with care. You are watched. The wooden balance groans faintly as the stones are added to the other side, round weights smoothed by time, cool and impassive, like judgment made solid. The grain is poured until the scale's beam hesitates, then rests. The scribe marks the line. You repeat, over and over. Hands, basket, pour, settle, mark. It is a rhythm without music, a ritual of repetition. You don't remember when it began, and you won't notice when it ends. The grain flows like dry water, coarse and soft, all at once. It hisses against the basket's sides, spills into creases in your skin, disappears between your fingers like time. You try not to notice how many of the kernels are broken. You try not to think about how many more belong to the Pharaoh's house than to your own. Your stomach does not rumble. It no longer wastes effort on reminders. It knows what you know, that hunger is not measured in weight, but in distance. From the ledger, from the threshold, from the ones who eat before the day is over. You think about the portion you'll receive later, a handful maybe, a corner of what passes through your hands now. You imagine that handful shrinking each time the scribe frowns. You imagine it disappearing entirely if you lift your eyes the wrong way. Behind you, someone coughs softly, then stills. A shuffle of sandals, a whisper of linen. You do not turn. You've learned that movement makes you visible, and visibility is dangerous. The sun has shifted when the scribe speaks. You don't hear the words, only the way they carve the silence. The scales are reset. Another measure begins. You realize you've forgotten how long you've stood here, that your feet ache not from movement, but from stillness, from holding the same pose for too long, like a statue that wasn't finished properly. You shift your weight once, quietly, and the sweat beneath your tunic makes a sound like paper peeling. You think of your sister, her hands red from scrubbing cloths soaked with the sweat of others. You think of her laugh, rare, dry, like something she keeps hidden under the bed straw. You wonder if she's also counting something, not grain, Maybe steps between her and the door. Maybe breaths until she's alone again. You turn back to the grain. Scoop. Pour. Settle. The dust clings to your throat now. You swallow without moisture. Even your spit has grown stingy. There's a moment where your fingers brush something that isn't grain. A hard shard of pottery hidden in the heap. You pause only a breath, then let it fall back in. You don't want questions. You don't want blame. You want the day to pass without your name being spoken aloud. The scribe does not notice, or pretends not to. Either way, you are grateful. Later, you are told to carry the sacks to the cellar. The weight is more than you show. You do not grunt, do not bend too quickly, do not let the sack brush the doorframe on the way down. Every motion is careful, practiced, quiet. You have become so good at this, at not being noticed, at not being remembered. The cellar smells deeper than the rest, like stone that has absorbed too many years, like old grain and older grief. You place the sack in its row and step back. The floor creaks under your heel. You freeze, but the sound fades. You are still alone. You sit, briefly, on the edge of a woven mat, just long enough to stretch your fingers and breathe. Your back itches from the heat. Your palms are rough with chafing. You wipe them on your tunic and feel the crust of dried grain dust against your thighs. A single beetle crawls along the wall near the jars. It is slow, deliberate, unbothered by you. You envy it. Eventually, you are called again. Not by name, of course, but by whistle. A sharp breath through teeth that summons without ceremony. You rise. You follow. You do not leave anything behind, except maybe another layer of yourself. The part that still hoped a full basket meant a full belly. Above you, in the upper rooms, people dine on bread shaped like lotus blossoms and cakes soaked in honey. You've never tasted either, but you can smell them in the cracks of the walls. And sometimes that's worse than not knowing at all. When you return to your own quarter later, the dust still clings to your hands. You don't wash it off. You let it settle like a second skin, like a reminder that you held value once, if only for a moment, if only because you touched what others eat. And as you lie back on your mat, too tired to stretch, too tired even to want, your fingers curl against your chest, and a single kernel of grain falls from your sleeve. It lands without a sound, a tiny thing, lighter than a whisper, smaller than fairness, still not yours. And the silence that follows is full, not of peace, but of weight. The last of the sun has already begun its slow retreat when your hands finally still. The final task is done, or at least done enough that no one will call your name again before darkness settles fully over the stone and dust. You slip quietly out of the corridor where polished walls echo the sharp orders of your superiors and into the warmth of something softer. The lower quarters wait, dim and crowded, but they belong to you, or at least more than anything else in this life does. You step through the side passage with the familiarity of repetition. The air is cooler here, not because it is evening, but because this place lies beneath the notice of the important. It is shaded not by architecture, but by irrelevance. The scent shifts from perfumed oils and incense to sweat and firewood, mingled with the sour tang of boiled grains. Here, the world exhales. Your feet carry dust from the palace with you, grains of someone else's greatness clinging to your soles. You try to shake them off, but they never quite leave. They settle between your toes, behind your ears, in the creases of your tunic. They are always with you, even in sleep. The corridor narrows and then opens again, revealing the patchwork of lives at rest. Thin cloths stretched over wooden frames hint at private spaces, though privacy is more concept than reality. Conversations float just above whispers, soft and tired. the kind of talking that requires little energy and even less explanation. You pass two women hunched over a shallow bowl, picking through lentils by lantern light. A child giggles, then is hushed. The goat tied near the fire pit lifts its head and stares at you like it's been waiting for your return. You do not speak to anyone yet. Not out of rudeness, but out of reverence for this moment. The hush before you're pulled into the warmth of shared quiet. This is the only time you are truly allowed to have nothing urgent in your hands. Your body aches with the absence of commands. Your mat is still there, flattened from last night's weight, edged in straw, and placed carefully so the breeze from the wall's cracks will cool your skin without inviting too many flies. You crouch next to it, hands still dusty, legs still humming from hours of standing, and let yourself lower. It isn't comfort you seek, just stillness, just the feeling of not being watched. You rest your back against the worn clay wall, warm from the sun's farewell. Its heat sinks into your shoulder blades, into the space between your ribs, like something trying to remember you. Your palms brush your knees in slow, mindless strokes. There's no need to think quickly now. The rush of duties is behind you, and what remains is the space in between, the hours that don't belong to the Pharaoh or his overseers. They don't quite belong to you either, but you borrow them anyway. The sky above is beginning to change, though you can only glimpse it in slivers through the tight alleys between the roofs. It fades from molten gold to bruised lavender, and you can almost hear the day sigh. Somewhere nearby, someone is grinding grain with a dull rhythmic sound, stone against stone, a sound that belongs to this hour the way breath belongs to sleep. It's not urgent, just necessary, a quiet kind of survival. Someone's whispering a lullaby under their breath, words half forgotten, melody older than the walls. You don't need to know the words to feel the softness of them, the way they bend around the edges of the silence like smoke from a weak fire. It wraps around you, unnoticed and complete. A bowl is passed down the row. Something warm, something bland, something enough. You take your portion with quiet hands. The contents stick to the sides, thinned out stew or overcooked grain, but it is hot and it is shared. The neighbor beside you, who limps in the morning and always smells faintly of onions, nods without turning. That's all the talking either of you need. The child who always seems to exist just out of reach lets out a short giggle from behind the cook's basket. They've stolen something, a fig or a beetle or a reason to laugh, and you hear the mother scold in that tone that isn't really scolding at all. She's too tired to mean it. You smile without lifting your face. There's dust on your arms, but it doesn't matter here. In the lower quarters, dust is not dirt. It's decoration. It's proof you've done your part. The scent of ash and warm cloth rises around you, and the heat from the day lingers only in patches now. A stone here, a pot there, a curl of air trapped between sleeping mats. It is cooling, yes, but slowly, carefully, like it knows how fragile this piece is, how easily it could be swept away by a shouted name, or the sudden need of someone higher up the chain. You set your bowl aside. It is clean enough. Hunger never waits for perfection. Someone starts humming, low and meandering, not quite a tune, not quite a prayer. Just a vibration shared between tired lungs and cracked lips. You don't know who it is. It could be the older woman who sharpens reeds near the granary, or the boy with the broken sandal who's always watching the sky like it's about to answer something. It doesn't matter. The sound finds you anyway, slipping between the thin walls of your thoughts, softening them from the inside. The fire pit nearby is down to coals now. Someone stirs it lazily with a bit of scorched wood, not to rekindle it, but to pretend it's still useful. A little warmth, a little glow, a reason to keep sitting here a bit longer. You watch the sparks drift upward for a moment before they vanish, devoured by the dark like crumbs into a greedy mouth. Feet shuffle. Someone coughs. Fabric rustles. Every sound is a kind of lullaby in this hour. Not beautiful, but known. Trusted. You lean your head back against the wall and listen to it all. The nighttime has its own rhythm, and it is slower, wider, like a river that has stopped pretending it needs to rush anywhere. You close your eyes for a moment, not to sleep, but to feel the world without looking. It smells of warm stone and human closeness, of dried lentils and yesterday's sweat. The neighbor's goat shifts where it's tied, exhaling a long, judgmental breath. Its hooves clack gently against the earth. You imagine it watching everything, memorizing your weaknesses, planning some inscrutable goat rebellion. A breeze wanders through, dragging the scent of river water and distance with it. You know it won't reach the Pharaoh's chambers. Up there, the air is always filtered, fanned, perfumed. But here, it is honest, a little damp, a little dirty, and somehow more sacred than the incense you're made to carry. One of the children begins to cry, not loudly, not dramatically, just a tired, muffled kind of weeping. Their mother doesn't hush them right away. She just lets them cry into her shoulder, slow and hiccuping, like letting out steam from a too-tight jar. You pretend not to hear it, not because you're indifferent, but because that's the kindness here, pretending not to notice what someone else might wish was invisible. You shift on your mat. Your bones complain, but quietly. Somewhere behind you, someone laughs. Not the loud kind that echoes off courtyard walls, but the breathy kind, shared too quickly and forgotten just as fast. It's probably about nothing. A look, a word misheard, the way someone scratched themselves too dramatically. You don't need to know the reason. The sound alone is enough to make your mouth want to remember what laughter tastes like. You don't turn to join them. You just let it reach you like smoke from a neighbor's fire, faint, curling around the edges of your awareness, leaving behind the ghost of warmth. A beetle clicks past your foot. You feel it more than see it. A tiny bump against your toe, then the soft crunch of dry dust as it trudges along. You wonder where it thinks it's going, and if it too is just waiting for night to end. Your fingers, cracked from sun and soap and sand, curl idly at your side. They carry the scent of oil from earlier duties. Cheap oil, nothing sacred, but it still clings, a reminder that even your touch is meant to serve someone else's ease. Someone nearby begins to murmur a story. It's old. You've heard it before, maybe a dozen times. A crocodile that can speak. A boy who rides the sun's boat. The details blur and bend each time, like laundry washed too many times in the same corner of the river. You don't really listen. You just let the sound wash over you. The cadence is enough. Stories, like sleep, don't need full attention to do their work. The walls around you sigh. You can feel them doing it, not from breath, but from heat leaving stone. All day they hoarded the sun like misers. Now they release it in gentle exhalations, warming your shoulder where you lean, keeping your legs just a little too hot beneath the rough blanket. A donkey brays somewhere beyond the fence. Not angry, not scared, just bored. A breeze stirs. Not enough to cool you. Just enough to remind you that air still moves, even when everything else has settled. It lifts a bit of straw from the ground and deposits it onto your thigh, where it sticks with quiet familiarity, like a cat that has chosen you, not because it loves you, but because you're warm and still. The light has nearly gone now, not the golden kind, but the blue kind, the kind that softens the edges of people and turns outlines into shadows. You see your neighbor's face not by shape, but by movement. A blink, a sigh, a hand scratching at a wrist that never stops itching. You think of the bread that waits for you. Hard, likely, maybe with a crack if you're lucky. It will taste of stored grain and the hands that touched it before yours. And it will be enough, only because you've decided it will be. Nearby, a pot is scraped. The sound is slow, rhythmic, metal against clay, memory against bone. Someone is making sure nothing is wasted. Not the broth, not the grains stuck to the side, not even the scent that clings to the rim. You close your eyes, not to sleep, just to rest from seeing. Seeing is a job too some days. The act of watching without reacting, of noticing things you're not meant to notice. The flicker of a noble's glance, the dust on a polished floor, the hesitation before a command. All these things your eyes gather and carry like baskets without bottoms. Your neck aches from the day, your knees from the floor, your thoughts from themselves. And yet, in this moment, this sliver of blue silence before night turns thick and black. You are not quite unhappy. Not happy, no. That is a word too large, but not unhappy. There is something in the way the world is still, in the way no one is asking for your hands or your ears or your apologies. You exist, briefly, without use, and that is something. The sound of someone humming drifts in from the far end of the alley. Not a song, exactly. Just a repetition of notes, unshaped and without urgency. It might be a lullaby. It might be grief with no words. You don't need to know which. The tone settles around you like worn linen, thin but familiar, fraying but still covering what it must. You shift your weight, careful not to make the wood beneath you creak. Not out of fear, just out of habit. So many things you do now are born from the logic of silence. You move in ways that avoid drawing attention, avoid questions, avoid the sharpness of a voice that expects obedience before it finishes speaking. A child nearby is whispering nonsense to the air, or perhaps to a beetle crawling near their fingers. The child's mother doesn't hush them. There is nothing left in the day that needs silence. All the loud things have already happened. The shouting, the fetching, the stamping of feet from rooms you're not allowed to enter. Now is the time for softness, however brief. There's a warmth in the wall behind you, not from the sun, that's long gone, but from the stored breath of the day, still held in clay and stone. You lean against it and let your spine relax. You feel the shapes of the bricks beneath your skin, not sharp, not smooth, just there, like everything else in your world, shaped by hands you'll never see, arranged for purposes not yours to question. Your fingers find a scab on your wrist and trace its edges, not to pick, but to remind yourself it's healing. You wonder if anyone will ever see it, or care that it came from a task you can't remember on a day like this one, just a little hotter or a little longer. Someone coughs, then someone laughs, not because something is funny, but because sometimes the air just stirs that way in the lungs, and out comes laughter, like dust shaken from a cloth. And then the quiet returns, gentle, stretching. The first stars appear without announcement. No one looks up to greet them, but you know they're there. Soft pinpricks above roofs made from bundled reeds and sun-dried mud. You feel them more than you see them, like a cool pressure on the crown of your head, reminding you that there is always something watching, even if it doesn't blink. Someone murmurs a name, not yours. It might be prayer. It might be memory. It floats for a moment, then disappears, swallowed by the kind of stillness that feels full rather than empty. You let the weight of that quiet settle into your bones, the way a blanket would if you had one thick enough to reach your ankles. The dirt beneath your feet is warm where the day lingered, and cool in the shadows where the sun could not reach. You press your heel into one patch and your toes into the other, letting your body hold both temperatures at once. You wonder if the Pharaoh ever feels two things at the same time, or if all his rooms are made to be only one thing at once, only gold, only cool, only silent, only soft. There must be comfort in such clarity, but you don't belong to clarity. You belong to this, to the in-between, to the time when no task is calling, but no rest is guaranteed. When the body sighs, but the mind is still pacing. When the stomach is never quite full, but too tired to complain. When even the shadows have softened into a kind of forgetfulness, as if they no longer need to perform their sharp duties. You watch a moth circle a flame someone hasn't bothered to extinguish. Its wings make no sound, but the light dances with each pass. The glow is fragile, like everything else here. Fragile but persistent. It clings to the curve of a clay bowl. It rests on the shoulder of someone you don't know well enough to speak to, but well enough to trust not to take your place. And so you stay, not speaking, not moving, not sleeping, only being. Just enough to make it to whatever comes next. The night becomes a soft shell around you. Not quite silence, not quite sound. It holds the scrape of a wooden bowl being stacked with others, the distant splash of a jug emptied near a cooking pit, the rhythmic brushing of bare feet against packed dirt. No one speaks now. Words feel too heavy. They might break something if they fall. You lean back against the wall behind you, warm where the day baked it, rough where the plaster has flaked away. It scratches through your tunic, a reminder that comfort is something you borrow, never own. Someone near you yawns. Someone further away hums a melody that never had a name. You do not know if it is a lullaby or a memory or both. Your arms rest across your knees. Your breath is shallow, not from fear, not from effort, simply because there is nothing else needed right now. You let it drift in, drift out, like the air itself is cautious not to wake the world. Somewhere nearby, a pot cracks. Not loudly, just enough to change the shape of the moment. A small, dry sound. It doesn't matter which pot. It doesn't matter who hears. It's just another thing broken in a place where broken things still serve a purpose. You close your eyes, though you are not yet sleeping. You are still part of the night, but just barely. Like a stone that has not yet cooled, or a thought that has not yet faded. You hear someone laugh, soft and sudden, and then gone. It is not a joyful laugh. It is the kind that escapes when there's nothing left to say, and everything has already been endured. The heat of the day has retreated, leaving the air cool and close. Your skin, for once, is not damp. Your fingers, for once, are still. You feel your body settle into the ground as though it belongs to it. Above you, the stars do not shimmer. They wait. And you do too. You do not rise. You do not move. You only let the night fold over you like cloth not meant to warm, only to cover, loosely, barely, just enough. And in that almost silence, you become part of it all. The grain, the stone, the breath, the broken. Just another piece that endures, until morning finds you again. There is no waking here, only sliding from one state of being to another, like a thin cloth shifting on your skin, so barely felt that you might think it's your own hair brushing your neck. You rest on your mat, pressed into the earth beneath the lower quarters, the stones warm from the day's sun, and you carry the echo of yesterday through your bones. Sleep comes as a soft surrender. It does not announce itself. It brushes your eyelids with the ease of memory slipping into your mind. You drift first into the twilight half-world, where morning and night share a breath. Here, the walls of your small room breathe with you. You are aware of the ragged mat beneath your body, of the threadbare blanket that you clutch now and again, sometimes for warmth, sometimes for nothing more than the weight of something against your hand. You feel the roughness of the blanket's weave beneath your fingertips, and for a moment, you remember the linen you scrub by day, bright with starch and scrubbed until the soap stings your fingertips. But in sleep, that memory is softer, frayed at the edges, like something you once wanted but have since forgotten. You sense shapes in the dark around you, your siblings in their corner, the neighbor's faint cough through thin walls, the rat's tentative scamper across clay floor. And beyond the walls, You sense the palace sprawling like a sleeping beast, vast and silent except for your breath and theirs. You feel the weight of being part of that body of service, an organ performing the most necessary functions without fanfare or note, digesting, sweating, bearing weight, stillness, and nothing expected in return except the day's duty. It begins slowly, a slight tension in your toes, as though you are standing on hot stone again, or perhaps it is the memory of the dust drifting through the palace corridors. It coils around your mind, that scent of ancient stone warmed by sun, damp only in some deep corners. It carries you deeper, and soon you are walking again. But this time, your feet are bare in your dream, mapping the patterns of the floor by instinct, pressing into mistakes only to step away before pain emerges. The dream opens. You stand in the palace courtyard, but quieter, as if the walls themselves hold their breath. A fountain trickles lazily. You have carried water here before, day after day, jug after jug, until your shoulders remember its weight in sleep. Now you stand still and breathe its sound as though your body was made for nothing else. The water pools into a stone basin, collecting like time. Your flesh feels cold and warm all at once. You taste grit on your tongue, though there are no grains here, only the memory of the Nile's clay. Other servants drift around you, their forms slight and indistinct. You sense them more than see them, shadows moving in harmony, each bearing burdens you know only in silhouette. You glimpse a cousin's shape, the neighbor's echo. They carry baskets of dates and woven trays. Their footsteps are slow. They carry them as though every item is a prayer. In the center of the courtyard, a column towers. It's smooth and polished, glowing faintly in the murk of your dream. You step close, feeling its cool surface pulse against your palm. Your fingers trace its grain, rough where the chisel left its mark, worn where a caretaker paused to lean. You lean too, pressing your forehead against the stone, but there is no priest here to guide your gesture. Just you and this presence older than you can name. Your eyelids flutter. You are stepping backwards now, away from the column and into the palace corridors. The walls glow with oil lamps, tiny suns contained in bowls, their flickering reflections alive and unpredictable. They cast your shadow long, like a companion you keep even when you close your eyes. You drift through rooms where treasures lie behind lattice doors, folded linens, reeds, jars of oil. You brush the coarse walls, feel the dust rise at your touch. You inhale it, and it tastes of memory and time. In one room, the scent of flowers. You dip your hand into a low jar filled with petals, lavender and lotus rotting sweetly, and the liquid slicks over your skin like silk. You bring your hand to your face, closing your eyes in relief. But there is no relief. The oil soaks into your flesh, and you realize it never belonged to you. It only coated you to prepare for someone else. You drift, as though carried by the slow current of a warm river, through numerous rooms, each echoing with absence. Laughter, the clink of goblets, the rustle of tunics, all grow distant. But here, in your dream, you hold their shadow. You cradle each echo in your breath like something fragile, something you cannot speak. Your legs grow heavy. You sit upon a low stone step and press your palm to your chest, feeling the rise and fall of breath that is quieter than anything you have known in wakefulness. It is as though part of yourself has slipped into these corridors and has not returned. You wait, breathing, waiting for a breath that does not come. And then, the dream shifts. You stand in a dark well, its walls slick with moisture. The only light is a trickle from above. No sun, only the moon's quiet ribbon. You lift a jug and dip it into the cool darkness, dragging it up. Water spills, landing with a hollow sound. You taste it, earthy, ancient. You carry it up a flight of stairs that creak under your weight, where you will pour it to fill another basin. This is all you do. Fill and pour. You repeat it over and over, the well's weight never leaving your arms. Your skin pricks where the rope rubs. The stone under your feet is damp and smooth. You look down and see your reflection, elongated, talkative, silent. The moon above seems impressed, but indifferent. You pause, offering it the jug, and the water reflects its pale face back at you, unmoved. A breath behind you, so soft it should not be felt, but is. You turn, believing it to be another servant, another whisper. But you are alone, just you and your breath, and the jug that could fill another if only you stood still long enough. A faint laugh drifts from far below, childlike, warm, but sad. You follow it, down another staircase, into a glow of warmth and noise that feels like home and heartbreak at once. You remember a moment, tending a child of the household, leaning over them as they weep for a fallen toy. Your hands, calloused and patient, wipe tears you never allowed for yourself. Now, in this dream, you feel the weight of both your own tears and theirs. And then, darkness again. You float through time, drifting through panels of memory. The smell of fresh bread in the early light. The scrape of stone bowls being washed. The distant chanting in the temple. The echo of sandals along corridors. Each panel hovers, calm and unremarkable, until it folds into the next. Finally, you come to rest, lying upon your mat again, your head against the warm stone. Your limbs feel heavier, as though the dream carried additional weight. You do not open your eyes. You breathe slowly, each exhale releasing another strand of memory back to sleep. You wait for the dawn, though you do not welcome it. The day will come, as it always does, bringing with it the same patterns, the same weight. But in this moment, this tender half-light between dreams, you carry something softer within you. The feeling that you were something more than a vessel for water, more than a sweeper of dust, more than calloused hands and quiet breath. You were part of a place older than you, shaping it with your breath. For a moment, you held all of it in your bones. You drift further now, beyond the edges of thought, into a deeper darkness that is not empty, but brimming with absence. You become that absence, quiet, still, waiting for morning. And so you lie, almost heard, almost seen, almost remembered, until the sun gathers above the walls again. Soft rustle, settling sigh, closing breath. There is no abrupt return from your dreams. The edges of the night linger in the dim dawn as you shift beneath the threadbare blanket, your skin tasting faintly of dust and dreams you cannot fully grasp. You rise without a thought, as if your limbs remember the day's ritual better than your mind. The world, still sleepy, unfolds around you without impetus. A soft murmuring of movement, a cough from beyond the thin wall, a goat calling somewhere down the corridor, as though reminding you that life goes on, with or without permission. You step into the gentle bruise of morning light. It seeps through the small window above the door, splintering like pale glass onto worn stone flooring. It finds every ridge, every uneven crack, revealing the years of footsteps that have worn this place into a familiar pattern beneath your feet. You do not look down. Your eyes are already moving, cataloging tasks before they are even remembered. There is linen to be scrubbed, oil to be measured, grain to be counted. The day's weight settling on your shoulders even as your feet step forward. That weight is familiar. It is what you have carried for so many mornings that you may have forgotten what it is not. Somewhere, in the quiet that precedes the stirrings, you focused on getting each fold right, measuring each pint precisely, placing each bowl carefully. Your fear is never loud. It is a low hum beneath every breath, like a stone sunken into the center of your chest, silent but always present. You walk toward the vats where linen lies soaked overnight, waterlogged gauze of cloth, heavy with detergent made from ash and sand. Your fingers will trace each fiber until they lose their shape from the scrubbing. You dread the mistakes because every misstep travels further than the cloth. A wrinkle left creased, a fold imperfect. It could mean a glance, an uncharacteristic pause from someone who otherwise wouldn't notice you. And that glance, once given, could find its way to voices in upper chambers, and those voices could judge what you cannot unmake. You pick up the first bundle. The cloth is damp and sticky, heavy with soap that has dried overnight in the troughs. You press it to your chest, and it smells like fear. Not a loud kind of fear, but the low kind that coils in your veins. You imagine the noble who wears the linen, stepping from their bed into the gilded sunlight, expecting purity. Linen whiter than the moon, brighter than the day. And you hold it thinking, you must not fail. The day falters if you do. Your hands move, guided by habit. You wring, you stretch, you flatten. You scrub the creases with a wooden paddle until the cloth lies nearly flat. The friction warms the fibers, and the too warm cloth presses against your palms like memory. You imagine the noble's skin sliding against this cloth, and wonder if being soft and clean feels like relief, or if it makes everything else feel rough by comparison. You wonder if the noble ever thinks about you at all. Implied lives surround you, the neighbor's wife sweeping her courtyard, the child beyond the wall crying for bread, the rat scratching at the thin layers of stone. They do not matter, but they carry on. You are part of that carrying on. The world does not pause for your fear. It moves through you. Between bundles, you pause. Breathe in. Breathe out. The linen rests in water that smells faintly of copper and old days. You see your reflection waver in its surface, your face blurred, eyes distant. You know that you must return the cloth brighter than this reflection. You scrub again, harder, until your fingers tingle with cold, and the fine lines around your eyes burn. Mistakes linger in the mind. A previous day replays, a fold too slanted, the seam left unchecked. You remember the look, the even, silent acknowledgement of the linen not quite meeting expectations. You felt the day tilt then. That memory stays with you. You carry it anew each morning. You finish the linen. It lies flat, pale, almost whole. You lift it gently, hanging it on a line that stretches between two wooden posts. The breeze picks it up. It flutters, light as will be. You exhale. Hunger is awakening now. A soft growl low in your stomach. You have put off eating because the linen came first, and always will. Tomorrow, you'll carry promises of meals, but today, you carry tasks. You move toward the small hearth where leftovers wait. A pot of watered-down porridge, stale bread softened by broth. You mind each drop of broth measured, each crumb portioned, as though some authority watches how you eat. Even in your simplest moments, your fear follows. Do not let your hunger outshine your work. Your fingers are sticky as you lift the spoon. You bring it to your lips slowly, feeling the warmth, the salt, the ache. You taste home, but also absence. You swallow twice before carrying the empty bowl away, washing it with water carried from the palace spring. You rinse, scrub, set aside, clean. No mistake there. The morning shifts, and your next task comes, sorting oils. Different blends, lotus, myrrh, cedar. Each poured carefully into small clay jars, measured by weight, not by heart. You lift each container in turn, weigh it between your palms, deposit a measured amount into tiny pitchers. You sniff each mixture, closing your eyes at the fragrance. Sweet, bitter, woody, like a braid of memories. You despair when you smell yourself under it, your hands still rough, your nails stained by earth. You wonder if they will ever belong to you, as these scents do not. Even a drizzle more than the correct weight sends a ripple across the palace. The oil spills tinted into the brighter mix, and that is unforgivable. The day would follow you then. You kneel on stone, kneading your fingertips carefully, checking once, twice, thrice. You cannot trust your mind entirely. It falters. The fear returns in tremor. Don't let this slip. A sound interrupts. The clang of a distant door, a sandal on stone. You freeze for a heartbeat. We are being heard. The world is watching. But no one appears. Only the echo of existence passing by. You return to each jar, each paint-thin layer, until your hands release their ache into something precise. You press your trembling palm against your thigh, not for comfort, but to still it. You breathe through the ache. You are doing it right, so far, but you fear the moment you're not. The sun climbs, drifting over the palace walls. Every shift in light draws a new imperfection into view. You walk past polished floors, your feet bare, dust clinging. You have swept this corridor too often to count. Today's sweep is hesitant. You risk leaving lines, discordant with perfection. You slow yourself, mindful. One stroke after another, each dust mote caught and carried away. You fear the unevenness of dust. It remembers each slip, each breath you take in haste. Memory presses in. A time you rushed, neglecting a small patch, and felt the way the master's eye might see it before you see it, even before it is noticed. You remember your breath catching, your hands hovering, your knees aching until it was right. But you fear that brush again. You fear that moment where the world sees you, not as quiet, but as flawed. In the low room beyond, you arrange cups for water. Their rims align, their weight balanced. You set them on a wooden tray. You test each one. Empty, it should not rattle. Filled, it must not slosh. You carry the tray carefully, balancing the cups like fragile thoughts. You fear spilling. Not water, but a symbol of your attention failing. You deposit each cup at each station, near the noble's chair, beside the lamp, by the woven mat. You press your palms flat, a ritual of careful rightness, before stepping away. Your breath comes slow, measured. So far, so good. But the fear does not leave. It watches you, a silent companion. It sits behind your shadow, ready to point. At any moment it can say, "You have gone wrong." You acknowledge it, folding into yourself, shrinking your presence. You become smaller to diminish the chance of error. At midday, you sweep the grain hall. There, sacks lie in tidy piles. The shifting weight of each must be exactly as recorded. Even a grain missing marks the ledger. You kneel, sifting your hand through a shallow heap, feeling every pebble-shaped seed. You count. You weigh. You place back. You balance expectations against reality. You hold the measure in balance like a prayer. Your back aches from kneeling. You feel the pattern of stone beneath your knees. You notice the muscles in your neck tighten. You swallow. You breathe through the pain. Mistakes spring suddenly, silently. An unseen miscount, a dropped seed, a tilt of the scale. Your fear stands ready to claim victory. You straighten and check again, and again, until your mind dulls, aches drown the fear, and you stop feeling anything but the weight of balance. Later, you wash cloths again. You've returned to their cycle because the world requires it. Your hands have been scrubbed so many times that they cry out at the thought. You feel the fibers whisper under your nails. You hold the cloth. Again. Must not fail. You click your teeth against each thrust of the paddle. Grains of sand cling, brought in by your feet. A stray piece of grit becomes a fossil imprint in the cloth if left. You find it and remove it. You sift again. You repeat. It is a dance of quiet terror and quiet care. Each breath, each stroke counts. You move through the palace, carrying your fear like a cloak no one else sees, but which shapes every movement. No triumph, only survival. No release, only continuation. And still, you walk on. By late afternoon, those you serve begin to depart the rooms you've tended. A polished stride, a faint scent of sandalwood passing through your vicinity. You dip your head reflexively, yet you know that what you have done here today is not recognized as properly as your unseen shape once imagined. No one names your care. No one notes the linen whiter than the moon, the oils measured so precisely. They only feel the absence of error. But you know, and your fear knows. It coils tighter as the sun descends, and shadows stretch long across the palace stones. Mistakes feel more visible in the dim. You wonder if fear speaks louder when light fades. The day's last task: extinguish the lanterns. You kneel by the bowls of oil, keeping tiny flames alive in the corridors. You cover each one carefully. No drop spilled, no wick unquenched. You step back, watching the glow die. The hall goes quiet, pregnant with absence, but ordered. You breathe in the cool desert air, carrying embers of fear in your chest. You return to your quarters. Your body is tired, but not eased. The mat feels harder, the stone colder, and the blanket thinner than before you stepped out. You sit cross-legged on the mat, pressing your palms flat against the stone, closing in on the same muscle tension that held you upright all day. You press down, pushing air from beneath your palms, trying to empty your chest of its burden. Night arrives like an old ache. You lie down. Shadows settle around you. The neighbor's cough has stilled. The rat has gone quiet. The goat's breath is distant. There is only the stillness and your heart's faint drum. You feel your hands, itching, pruned, worn. But they are yours, even if they carry the imprint of others. You rest them against your belly, still swollen from the meals you rationed. You feel the slow rise and fall, and you try to breathe as slowly as that. The fear moves with you into sleep, patient, watchful. You know it will greet you again with tomorrow's first shift. You know it will follow your hands as they scrub, weigh, fold, sweep, measure, extinguish. And yet, you close your eyes, quiet as stone, soft as dust, still as breath. Soft rustle, settling sigh, closing breath. The night has not truly passed, not in the way light pretends it does. It only softens into the suggestion of morning, stretching across the worn stone walls like a tired breath drawn through cracked lips. You do not rise so much as drift. Drift from the mat that has etched your shoulder like rope. Drift from the tangle of limbs and half-thoughts and brittle sleep. Drift from the dreams that end without meaning, like footsteps vanishing into sand. There is no clean line between rest and duty, only the press of the day folding into your spine. You shift, not because you feel ready, but because not shifting feels worse. The mat groans beneath you, the floor is cold, and your knees remember yesterday as though it were still clinging to them. You blink into the dimness, and the world responds by staying exactly the same. Quiet, dry, slightly sour from the neighbor's breath, leaking through the wall like old bread and bitter sleep. And there is sand. You feel it first between your toes. Dry, granular, familiar. A memory more than a sensation. It finds the seams of your life. It lives beneath the mat, gathers in the folds of your tunic, hides in the lines of your palms. You brush at it gently, out of habit more than hope. It does not leave. It never does. You sit. You press your fingers into the floor and let them rest there, absorbing the cool. Your palms ache faintly, the skin split in places too small to bleed but not too small to sting. You close your eyes. You listen. Not for anything in particular, but for the shape of the day forming around you. A rustle from the next room. A cough 3 walls away. The soft scratching beneath the floorboards where something small is gnawing its way through time. The goat bleats once, sharply, as if to remind the world that it knows more than it says. You rise. The sand shifts with you, falling from your hem like a second skin. You feel it slide down your calf, between your toes again, finding the same crevices it has already made its home in. You do not brush it away this time. There is no point. The sand has lived with you longer than most people have. It does not care for ceremony or resistance. It is a quiet permanence. The air is still thick from the night, warm with the memory of breathing bodies and the distant hiss of cooling oil. You cross the room, each step soft, deliberate. The dust has settled in stripes from the broken slats of the window. Outside, the light is pale and wide, a sheet stretched over an aching sky. Inside, everything holds the color of clay and sleep. You pour water from the jug. It gurgles like a small complaint. You cup it in your hands, and even here, the sand is present. Under your fingernails, in the tiny cuts along your knuckles. It sinks to the bottom of the bowl in slow spirals, as if reluctant to let go of you. You wash your face without urgency. The cold bites. It stings, but it wakes nothing. You are already awake in the way a tool is awake, ready to be used, but not made new. The day has already begun somewhere else, in a chamber where polished sandals have touched cool marble, in a hallway where incense has already been lit, where the sacred has already moved and passed, leaving only duties behind it. And you, too far from that center to matter, prepare the rags, the tools, the buckets, the things that do not speak, but still must be right. As you bend to lift the bundle of cloth, a line of grit presses into the arch of your foot. You wince, not out of pain, but of knowing. That line will be with you all day. You will feel it each time you shift your weight. It will dig in deeper the more you walk, and you will walk a great deal. The cloth smells faintly of oil and effort. You sling it over your shoulder and step into the corridor, and the air changes. It always does somehow. Cooler, thinner, touched by the scent of limestone and worn bodies. The stones underfoot are dusty and familiar, and your steps land in the same grooves you've walked for years. The same indentations made by hundreds of feet before yours. A trail of ghosts, all of whom also carried sand. The corridor narrows, breathes in, breathes out. You follow it without needing to think. The walls are close, and your shoulder brushes one of them. Powder clings to your sleeve. Sand again. Or dust. The two are inseparable now. At the turn, you pass the storeroom. Someone is already there. A shape bent in half, scooping grain, muttering under their breath. You do not speak. They do not look up. But you nod, the way people do when they've been tired together too long to need words. The sound of the scoop dragging across the floor follows you like a second heartbeat. At the well, you pause. The rope is frayed, the bucket old. You pull it slowly, letting the sand from your palms fall into the grooves in the wood as your fingers flex, grind, grip again. The pulley squeaks. The water rises. You smell it before you see it. Deep, metallic, cool in a way the desert never is. You lift the bucket. You do not spill it. You carry it the way a priest carries flame. Carefully, reverently, not because it would, but because it would inconvenience someone who could make your life worse. At the next door, you pause. You press your heel down. There it is. That same line of sand. Pressing, reminding. Still there. You step into the chamber where you clean the foot basins. The smell is always the same. Stone, oil, skin. Things that should not mix but always do. You kneel by the first basin. It is still full of water from the day before. A thin film has formed across the top. Dust, oil, memory. You scoop it out carefully with a bowl, pour it into a drain, rinse it with the clean water. You do it again, and again. Each basin has its own shape, its own story. One is chipped on the rim, and your hand always finds that chip first. One rocks slightly, never balanced. One has sand at the bottom that no amount of scrubbing can truly remove. You kneel, you scrub, you rinse, you wring out the cloth, and the sand works its way up your arms, into your sleeves, across your back. You do not notice when it arrives anymore. It simply exists. You think about the basin. You think about the feet that will touch it later. Smooth, perfumed, accustomed to comfort. Those feet will not feel the grit. They will not kneel on cold stone. They will not wonder if today will be the day they are noticed, or punished, or asked to do more with less. You wring out the cloth again. It smells like lemon and clay, a soft scent, strangely soothing. You inhale once, you hold it there, you let it go, and then you move to the next basin. The third basin is the quiet one. It doesn't rock or chip or complain. Its stillness feels like surrender, like it has seen so many hands scrub its stone that it no longer minds the repetition. You place your cloth inside it, and the fabric darkens slowly, like it too is tired of resisting. Your knees ache. They've been pressed into the same stone for so many seasons that they've forgotten how to be soft. Beneath the kneecap, you feel the memory of every morning, etched in bruises that never quite go away, only change color with time. You shift. It helps nothing. The water cools as you work, not by magic, just by time, by exposure to the air and the drafts that creep in from between the stone blocks, uninvited but constant. Your fingertips are wrinkled now, not from leisure or luxury, but from the ache of immersion. The cold slips up your forearms, finds the edge of your sleeves, soaks into the linen. You do not flinch. There's no point. You simply wring the cloth again, and the water drips down your wrist in narrow threads. You watch it fall, thinking of nothing, just watching. A whisper behind you, not a voice, just a sound, bare feet brushing over grit. Someone else passing. A servant, like you, or maybe not quite like you. Maybe better, maybe worse. You don't turn to look. You've learned not to. Eye contact invites interaction. Interaction invites risk. Best to remain still, unimportant, invisible. The cloth smells of soap root now. You press it to the inner rim of the basin and drag it slowly, slowly around the curve. You imagine the track it leaves as a kind of circle, a symbol no one sees, a mark of your being here. Not a name, not a record, just a gesture. You do not know why this comforts you, but it does. Your back twinges. You breathe through it. You continue. The sun is higher now, though you only know this by the change in the slant of light through the corridor behind you. A gold strip falls across the far wall like a ribbon laid down by something divine and careless. You watch the dust dancing in it, each mote suspended, adrift, unbothered by gravity or concern. You envy them briefly. Then you look away. The fourth basin is cracked. You have to press your cloth just so, or it will snag. You have learned the angle by accident over time. Your hands know it now without thinking, like how you avoid the loose stone near the storeroom door, or how you shift your weight when someone of rank enters the room, just enough to appear smaller, but not enough to be noticed. You clean the cracked basin slowly, carefully. You imagine what it would be like to bathe your own feet in this water. You never have. Not once. That would be, what? Disrespect? Indulgence? Treason? You're not even sure. You just know it's not allowed. Not even if the room were empty. Not even if the water was fresh. Not even if your feet ached so badly you thought they might fall off your legs like spoiled fruit. You smile at the thought. Dryly. Just for a second. Then you press the cloth harder. Sand has found its way into the crack. You dig at it with your fingernail. It resists, then gives. A single grain lodges beneath your nail, sharp and small and inevitable. You wince, suck in a breath through your nose, and keep going. The fifth basin doesn't need cleaning. Not really. Someone else did it yesterday, thoroughly. But you go through the motions anyway, because the motions are expected. And being seen not doing them is more dangerous than doing them again. You rinse, you wring, you fold the cloth, you stand, your knees scream, your back hums with stiffness, your palms burn slightly from the friction. You look down at them, red, lined, dusty. At the base of your thumb, there's a smear of something like paste, half soap, half sand. You rub it off with your other hand. It smears instead, so you leave it. You carry the bucket back through the corridor. It's lighter now. Not because the water is gone, but because you are emptier. That is the secret of the servant's burden. When enough is taken from you, everything feels light. You pass a wall where someone has scratched a mark into the plaster, a crescent, a symbol, or maybe just an idle scratch made during waiting. You have no idea who did it, or why, but you touch it as you pass, just with your fingertips, just once, like a ritual, or a superstition you've never named. In the courtyard, light presses into your skin with a quiet firmness. The air smells of warmth, of baked stone, of distant spice you're not allowed to touch. You pause, not because you can, but because you must. You shift the cloth bundle on your shoulder and let your arms hang, loose and aching. Someone nearby is grinding something, seeds perhaps, or pigment. The rhythm is steady, thump, thump, thump. You find your breath falling into that same pattern. You do not try to stop it. You move again. Your sandals catch on something, an uneven edge, or maybe a memory. You stumble briefly, and then steady yourself. You look down. There, caught under the strap, is a line of sand. Pale, fine, inevitable. You brush it away with the side of your foot, and more takes its place. You do not sigh. You do not curse. You do not think. You simply walk. And as you do, you feel the sand rise up again, between your toes, behind your knees, at the hem of your thoughts. It follows you, clings to you, seeps into your clothing, your hair, the crease of your neck. You imagine it lining your lungs. You imagine it in your blood. Egypt is not just stone and sky. Egypt is sand. And so, you think, are you? You pass the storeroom door and glance inward without meaning to. It's open just a crack, but that's enough to see the corner of the ledger, the one with names written by hands far smoother than yours. You wonder if your name is in it. Not likely. You're not important enough to count. Only the grain is counted here. People disappear between the lines. The wall to your left is warm. The sun has been pressing itself into it all morning, and the stone exhales that heat now in a way that feels almost kind. You lean slightly as you pass, not touching, just letting the closeness warm one side of you, like a secret you're not allowed to keep. And still, the sand crunches faintly beneath your feet. Someone nearby is arguing in low tones, the cadence of frustration, not fury. It slips through the air like steam from a pot, sharp, but soon gone. You recognize the voices, not by name, but by shape. One always clicks their teeth before speaking. The other draws their words out too long. You have never spoken to either of them, but you know their habits better than your own. You pass a laundry line. The linens flutter like pale ghosts, whiter than your own cloth, too fine for your fingers. A drop of water falls from one and lands on your forehead. It's cool, startling. You blink and wipe it away. There is a smear of grit on your skin afterward. Of course there is. The water, like everything here, has passed through dust before reaching you. Beyond the courtyard, near the edge of the servants' quarter, there's a narrow trench meant to drain runoff when the rains come, though the rains rarely do. Still, the trench is there, lined with uneven bricks and half filled with sand. You pause at its edge, crouch, and run your hand through it. The sand here is different, finer, darker. It feels silkier somehow, like it's been sifted by time. You lift a handful and let it spill through your fingers. It falls without sound, but you feel it landing, weightless and sure. It clings to your skin again, coats the back of your hand, slips beneath your nails. You do not brush it away this time. What would be the point? Someone calls a name, not yours, but your body tenses anyway, out of habit. You've learned that responding too quickly is suspicious. Too slowly is punishable. The safest speed is somewhere in the middle, practiced into muscle memory, like bowing just enough, or folding your hands the way they expect. You straighten and walk on. The light is shifting again. Not quite late afternoon, but heading that way. Shadows are stretching now, slowly, like animals waking from sleep. You walk through one, and the air turns cool for a moment, then warm again. There's a low wall with a pot on it. The pot is chipped, but inside is water, left for birds or cats or luck. You peer in. There's a single feather floating on the surface, pale gray, almost white. It spins slightly, moved by nothing. You stare at it longer than you should. Your reflection is faint beneath the surface, blurred by the curve of clay and the shadow of the feather. Your eyes look back at you, dull with heat. There's sand on your cheek. You rub it with your sleeve. The cloth leaves more dust than it removes. You turn away from the pot. Somewhere nearby, someone is sweeping. The sound is soft, rhythmic, bristles across stone, dragging dust from place to place. You follow the sound for no reason. Just let it guide you like a string tugging at your chest. You find the sweeper eventually. An old man, perhaps, or a woman. Hard to say from behind. Their back is bent, their arms move in steady arcs. The dust rises, floats, settles. They do not look up as you pass. You do not interrupt them. There's something sacred about it. This motion, this devotion to futility. The sand will return, but still they sweep. You move on. There's a narrow gap between two buildings where a small breeze lives. You slip through it sometimes, just to feel it touch your skin. Today, it's there again, cool, dry, carrying the scent of sun-warmed clay and a faint sweetness, maybe crushed herbs from a kitchen you're not allowed near. You stand in that gap. Let the air move around you. Let it find the parts of you that feel forgotten. It brushes your arms, your neck, your waist. It finds the folds in your clothing and whispers into them. It feels like kindness, but you know it is only wind. A child runs past at the far end of the alley, bare feet slapping the ground, laughing, chased by another. You do not know their names either, but you remember when your feet sounded like that, when your breath caught from joy, not fatigue. You do not smile, but something inside you remembers how. The breeze dies. You step forward. A cat watches you from a ledge above, its eyes half-lidded, its tail curled like a question. You meet its gaze and hold it. Not long, just enough to feel seen. Then it blinks, slowly, lazily, and turns its head away. That's all. You turn back toward the barracks. The sun is lower now. The light is softer, more forgiving. It smooths the rough edges of the buildings, gilds the dirt in gold. You walk slower, not out of peace, but because your legs will allow no faster. And still, with every step, you feel the sand, in your shoes, in your socks, in the crease of your elbow, the crook of your neck, the curve behind your ear. It shifts as you move, not painfully, just insistently. A reminder, you are here. You are in it. It is in you. You reach the low arch of the servants' quarters, ducking beneath it, even though you no longer need to. The instinct is still there. Born from an early bump on the head, you don't quite remember, but have never forgotten. The stone above you is warm from the day and grazes your shoulder with a familiarity that borders on affection. Inside, it is dim and close. The air smells of sleep not yet taken, of bodies that have not yet rested. Someone is snoring lightly already, stretched on their mat too early, or maybe they never left it. You do not ask, you simply pass. Your space is still yours, which is never a guarantee. A folded cloth, a flattened mat, a chipped bowl placed just so. These small markers hold your shape in the world. You sit on the edge of it, toes brushing the packed dirt, fingers curled into your lap. The light from the doorway casts a soft rectangle across the floor, dust dancing inside it like the last breath of the sun. You unlace your sandals and tip them over. Sand spills out. Of course it does. A pile of fine grit, barely visible, settles beside your foot. You press a toe into it. It gives way with no resistance. It is the only thing today that hasn't pushed back. Your hands rise without thinking, reaching for the cloth tucked near your mat. You rub your face with it, then your neck, your wrists. The gesture is meant to clean, but the dust just smears. You try again, and again. By the third swipe, your skin is warmer, but no cleaner. Still, it feels like something. Like motion, like intention, like control, even if it's an illusion. From somewhere down the corridor, someone coughs. It echoes once, then disappears. A moment later, the sound of water being poured. Not for you. You have your ration. You sip it now, letting it sit on your tongue before swallowing. It tastes faintly of the pot it was stored in. Clay, stone, a whisper of yesterday's air. But it is cool enough to quiet your throat. You drink again. You lie back slowly, spine meeting mat in patches, shoulders, then hips, then the small of your back. Your knees stay bent, your arms resting like tired birds beside you. You stare at the ceiling, or what passes for it, a web of beams and thatch, shadowed by dusk, softened by time. And then, without meaning to, your mind begins to drift. You think of the grain again, the way it fell today through fingers that did not shake, the way it piled perfectly inside carved wooden bowls. You remember the face of the overseer, lined and watchful, counting with his eyes while you moved silently behind. You were careful, you always are, but still, you think, did I misplace a measure? Did my shadow fall where it shouldn't? Was my breath too loud? You think of the pot you cleaned, the one with the narrow rim. The cloth caught on it once, just briefly, but long enough to leave a smear. Did anyone see? Was it corrected before it mattered? You don't know. You never know. These thoughts are small, almost nothing, but they catch on your ribs like thorns. You lie still, but your breath feels crooked. You try to let go. You try to soften, but the sand beneath your mat shifts, and it feels like it's waiting for you to confess. You roll to your side. Outside, someone laughs. A quiet, private sound. Not cruel, just real. You let it sit in your ears a moment before it fades. The room darkens by degrees. Your fingertips trail across the mat's edge. There, pressed into the weave, is a tiny ridge of dust. You rub it gently, not to clean, just to feel something move. The texture is familiar, coarse, stubborn, inevitable. A fly buzzes past your ear. You do not flinch. You've long since learned that resistance makes it worse. Instead, you let it pass, a brief disturbance in a room that is already full of them. You close your eyes, not to sleep, just to rest the burning behind them. And in the dark, you see it again, the sand. Not a desert, not a storm, just one grain, caught in the curve of your palm. It glows with memory. It weighs nothing. It carries everything. You exhale, long, slow. The air brushes your lips and vanishes into the quiet. You feel the weight of the day collecting behind your eyes, not heavy exactly, but deep. Like a well you didn't know was empty until someone whispered into it. Your limbs are quiet now, their ache blurred into the kind of fatigue that forgets its name. Not pain, not even soreness, just presence. Like your bones are simply tired of holding you up. You shift again, slower this time, folding your legs toward your chest. The mat rustles, just a whisper. A puff of dry air lifts into your face, and you smell it again. That dusty, sun-baked, endlessly familiar scent. Not unpleasant, just permanent. Like something that is soaked into the fabric of your being and will not leave, even when scrubbed, even when buried. You think about washing. Not now, but later. When the water is cool and the courtyard is quiet, and you can press your skin into the wet cloth like an apology. It won't remove the sand. It never does. But it might loosen something else. A thought, maybe. A memory. A version of you that isn't shaped entirely by duty and corners and waiting to be called. You open your eyes again, just briefly, to watch the light disappear. The last crack of the sun has been stitched shut by night, and the shadows in the room now own everything. A bowl glints, a toe wiggles, a breath, not yours, rises and falls with the kind of rhythm that makes you ache for sleep without ever quite reaching it. Somewhere behind the wall, someone coughs again. The same person? Another? It doesn't matter. The sound is part of the room now, part of you. You do not startle. You do not judge. You only listen, because that's what's left when everything else is done. You listen to the sounds that remind you you're not alone, even when no one touches you, especially when no one touches you. You turn your head into your elbow and feel the tiny grains clinging to the skin there. Gritty, sharp, but small. They do not draw blood. They do not demand attention. They only remind. You brush your arm against the mat and they fall away. But not all of them. Never all of them. You think of the temple floors, the ones you swept not long ago, polished smooth, cool beneath your bare feet. No dust dared linger there. But even then, you felt the sand rise, caught in the edge of your hem, slipping into the seams of your toes. There is no such thing as perfect in this place. Only effort, only obedience, only the illusion of control in a world built from shifting particles. You sigh again, this one quieter than the last, like a leaf settling, like a word swallowed. Your fingers find the corner of your cloth again. You smooth it, not because it needs smoothing, but because the motion feels like comfort. Your hand stays there, resting, not clenched, not seeking, just still. The way stillness can sometimes feel like prayer, not the loud kind, the secret kind, the kind that lives inside the breath. You do not speak. No one does now. The room has gone soft with silence, but you know, without looking, that others lie nearby, their thoughts tucked beneath their ribs, their fears folded inside their fists, their dreams not about escape, but about ease, a cool breeze, a cup of clean water, a hand that doesn't strike. These are not the dreams of pharaohs. They are the dreams of those who sweep his halls and carry his robes and measure his grain and whisper their names into cracked clay when no one is listening. They are the dreams of those who bear the sand in their skin and smile without meaning to and never stop watching the door for the next command. And in that hush, in that shared breath-held moment, somehow, you feel safe. Not because you are protected, not because you are free, but because, for now, the world has stopped asking, and you are allowed, just for a little while, not to answer. The mat creaks faintly beneath your back as you shift, not to move, but to soften the edge of discomfort that is built where hip meets ground. You do not expect ease, only adjustment, only small kindnesses made with tired hands and bent knees. A murmur flutters from someone's throat across the room, not words, just sound. Maybe from a dream, maybe from a memory. You do not open your eyes. You only listen as it fades again, like a ripple into still water. It doesn't matter who it was. You've made peace with not knowing most things. You scratch gently at your ankle, and there it is again. The grit, embedded, familiar. The sand doesn't just sit on the skin. It seeps in. It fills the folds behind your ears, the bend of your knee, the corner of your eyes. It survives every scrubbing, every cloth soaked and wrung out. Even when water runs muddy from your limbs, the sand remains. A thin crust beneath the nails, a faint scrape against the lip. Egypt is made of it. And slowly, so are you. It does not hurt. It only exists. Like the long echo of a name you once knew but haven't heard in years. Your mind floats now, somewhere between bone and breath, between past and not yet, between this mat and the stone beyond it. You remember your mother's voice, though not the words, just the rhythm. A rhythm that rocked you long before sleep became this complicated. The night thickens. The goat shifts again in the outer space, hooves clicking once, twice. A faint puff of air swirls the dust near the doorway. You know that scent. Earth and wool and something older than both. You can almost picture her, curled in her corner, unbothered, judging. The way goats do. The way only goats and grandmothers know how. You do not speak. You rarely do. Not unless spoken to. Not unless asked. You've learned how dangerous it can be to say the wrong thing, to smile at the wrong time, to hesitate when a command is given. And so you keep your voice like a rare coin, precious, hidden, untouched. There are nights you wish you could scream, not from rage, not from fear, just to prove that your throat still works, that your lungs are not just bellows for carrying out other people's will. But you don't. You wouldn't know where to aim the sound. And anyway, the sand would catch it before it made it far. So instead, you breathe. You let the silence fill you like water in a cracked jug, not overflowing, just enough to feel the weight shift inside. You roll gently to your side, careful not to disturb the brittle edge of the mat, and your cheek meets the cool of the floor. Not cold, just less warm than you. The stone holds a memory of the sun, but only faintly. Most of it has escaped into the night, leaving behind a surface that feels like breath long exhaled. Your fingertips find the frayed edge of the woven mat, and there, underneath, grit again. You press lightly, and it shifts, as if the sand knows it has been noticed. It crunches, faintly, softly, like the sound of footsteps long after the person has passed. You let your eyes close, not out of sleepiness, but surrender. Sleep will come when it chooses. It does not answer to you. And while you wait, you drift. You think of the cracks in the walls, not the ones you can see. Those are common, expected. You think of the cracks you feel, the ones in your shoulders, in your breath, in the places where your body used to bend easily, and now stiffens before the movement is complete. You were not made for this work, but you have been shaped by it anyway, like cloth wrapped around stone until the cloth forgets it was ever soft. The sound of slow chewing drifts through the thin walls. Someone has saved something. A crust of bread, maybe. A stolen root. You are not hungry, not now, but your mouth still fills with the memory of flavor. The ghost of lentils. The heat of a pepper crushed between teeth. You swallow. There is nothing there, but the throat still does its duty. You count the breaths it takes for the chewing to stop. You lose count somewhere around 7. Your mind wanders again, this time to the basin near the courtyard. You think of the water that collects there when it rains, which is rare. But it happens. And when it does, the air smells like the world has started over, like everything has been rinsed, even the inside of your ribs. The rain doesn't last, but the smell lingers. And that is enough. And then you think of the sand again, how it creeps into everything, not out of malice, just inevitability. It lives in folds of cloth, in the crease between your fingers, in the small of your back. You shake out your garments, and it falls like soft applause to the ground. And then it returns. Always it returns. Perhaps the sand is the only thing that truly sees you. Perhaps it is your witness. You begin to feel it now, not just beneath you or against your skin, but within, as if it has seeped past your pores and settled in your chest. The sand is no longer something you brush away. It is something you carry, something you have become. The fine grit of it lining your lungs, dusting the corners of your thoughts, catching behind your eyes when you blink too slowly. And still, you do not resist it. You understand it too well. Like you, it does not speak loudly. It does not protest. It waits. It accumulates. It weathers everything it touches, not through violence, but through patience. And in time, even stone bows to it. You turn onto your back again, stare at a ceiling that's nothing but dark. The world feels softer this way, less real, more imagined. Somewhere, a breeze slips beneath the door, and curls along the floor toward your resting limbs. It brings with it the scent of ash, a faint tang of cooked fish, and that familiar, inevitable earth, the sand. It is under your nails, though you washed before lying down. It is in your ears, though you haven't left the room since dusk. It will be there tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. And long after you are gone, it will still be here. The floor exhales beneath you, or maybe it's you. Maybe you and the stone and the dust and the darkness have blurred into one quiet thing, a thing that waits, endures, remembers. You close your eyes one last time, and somewhere, very softly, a single grain shifts in the dark. The stone beneath your spine remembers the shape of you. Every night it molds around your tired back, and every morning it forgets again. You do not blame it. Even you have forgotten what rested truly felt like. The mat beneath you is woven from papyrus and hope, thin strands cracking at the edges, softened only by the weight of repetition. Your limbs are stiff, but not sore. That is a mercy earned by exhaustion more than grace. You open your eyes before the sky does. The ceiling is still shadowed, the corners of the room undefined, drifting between stone and dream. A soft breath from the person beside you reminds you that sleep still lingers in someone else's mouth. You do not turn your head. You know who it is. The same breath every morning. The same presence that once startled you, now folded into the fabric of your dawn. The light begins as a whisper behind the shutters. Just a sliver, just a hint, slipping like a thief across the floor. It does not rush. Neither do you. You listen to the world waking before you move, before you stretch, before you claim the day as yours. The cough from the quarters next door, the faint shuffle of someone finding their sandals by feel, the distant clatter of a pot lid that did not want to be opened yet. You sit up slowly, and the air greets your skin with a chill that has no business surviving in Egypt. But here it is, clinging to the early morning as if it has rights. Your toes find the floor, and for a moment you hesitate. Not from reluctance, not from fatigue, but from ritual. The quiet second before everything begins again. That sacred breath between the nothing and the doing. You stand. Your body does not creak, not audibly. But there are echoes within your bones. Memories of yesterday's stairs, yesterday's baskets, yesterday's laughter you did not join in. The linen you fold over your shoulders smells faintly of old sun and older sweat. You tie it loosely, fingers practiced, movements automatic. This is not dressing. This is remembering the shape of your role. Out in the corridor, others have emerged. Not many, not yet. The first shift begins with silence. The first shift belongs to those who do not need to be reminded. You nod to a face you see daily and have never truly known. They nod back. It is enough. You pass the same wall with the same crack that looks like a scar. You pass the corner where the rats gather, pretending not to be seen. You pass the basin that never holds enough water, where someone has left behind a strip of cloth soaked with the scent of bitter herbs. You are not curious. You have learned that in places like this, curiosity has no place. The sun is beginning to bloom. It touches the tops of the bricks first, then spills slowly down the sides like melted gold, too precious to rush. You pause long enough to notice it, not because it is beautiful, though it is, but because it is the one part of the day that belongs to no one. Not the overseers, not the scribes, not the Pharaoh himself. The sun greets you the same way it greets the stone, without judgment, without memory, and so you walk into it. Your first task is not glamorous. It never is. You carry a wooden tray that is slightly warped on one edge, and you balance it as though it were a sacred offering. It isn't. It holds folded cloths and a sealed pot of oil. You know the hallway it leads to. You know the smell before you arrive, rich, cloying, sweet, with fermented florals and a touch of something sharp that sticks to your throat when you breathe too deeply. The chamber is already occupied, but no one sees you enter. That is the goal. You step softly. You place the tray where it belongs. You retreat. In that minute, your heart beat faster than it had all morning. You do not know why. Perhaps because this was the place where, last month, someone tripped. A simple stumble, a loud jar, a cracked pot. They are no longer here. No one speaks of it. But the space they left behind is shaped like fear. You exhale only when you are 2 corridors away. The day continues as it always does, scrubbing, folding, fetching, stepping aside. Sometimes the sandals of a higher rank slap past your ankles and send a puff of dust into your shins. You pretend not to feel it. You learn which noises to ignore, which glances not to meet, which commands are questions, and which are threats in disguise. By mid-morning, the sun has settled into its full authority. Its light stretches across the courtyards like a decree. You walk through it and become part of its will. A short break allows for a bite of something that was once bread. It is now more like compressed air and duty. You chew it with your molars, slowly, feeling each grain as if you are grinding the very field it came from. Water follows. It is warm, slightly metallic, and you swallow it without pause. You have forgotten the taste of cold. That is not a sorrow. It is simply a fact. You find shade behind a column while waiting for the next call. The wall behind you is smooth, worn by more backs than yours, and still it receives you. A fly lands on your arm and lingers. You let it. Around you, other servants do the same. Some sitting, some stand with arms crossed loosely. One hums something without melody. One adjusts their sandal strap again and again. The hours bend slightly, but they do not break. There is no time here, not really. Only before and after. Only what is next. By mid-afternoon, your hands are coated with oil. Not richly, not luxuriously. Just enough to make your fingers slippery when you grip the handles of amphorae or adjust the folds of ceremonial cloth. You wipe them on a cloth that is already stiff with earlier wipings. The scent clings. You do not mind it. It is cleaner than many other things. Later still, your feet begin to protest. Not loudly, not rebelliously. Just a soft, constant ache that whispers you were not meant to stand this long. You hear it. You do not respond. That is the arrangement you have with your body. Mutual tolerance, but no indulgence. Evening teases the sky with a pale mauve that almost makes you look up. Almost. Instead, you carry a basin back to the lower quarters. It sloshes. You do not spill it. A small success. You store it away, hands dripping, and finally allow your shoulders to slope the way they've wanted to all day. When the sun begins to fall behind the rooftop lines, you walk slower. Not because you are tired, but because there is nowhere to rush to. The sleeping mat waits. The same stone floor, the same presence beside you, the same air that cools a little and lets your skin breathe. You pass others on the way. One of them nods. You smile with the corner of your mouth and wonder how long they've done this. You wonder how long you've done this. Time folds like linen, creases where you don't expect them, worn spots you can't explain. The quarters are quiet when you return. Someone hums again. A bowl is passed. A cough is muffled. A rat scratches, but it's an old rat, and you've made peace. You lie down. The stone remembers you again. Or perhaps it never forgot. The mat cradles your back, your shoulders, the nape of your neck. The linen you pull over yourself smells like dust warmed by breath. You inhale once, then again. The day is folding closed around you, and somewhere just beyond the walls, the sun is already planning to return. The quiet deepens, and your thoughts grow soft at the edges. Tomorrow is not new, but it is yours, and it will belong to the same sun.